business revenue literally immediately. If you have more money than time, door number 2 is going to be for you. You can view some of our managed services, look for more done-for-you packages. 34% of Americans in 2018 visited one of our managed services. Forbes 3 years in a row quoted, "Income Store is an expert at generating home or business revenue." If you'd love to explore how to check out adding revenue to your home or business, just go to incomestore.com. That's incomestore.com.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
He died like a dog. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump says about ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
He was whimpering, screaming, and crying.
The U.S. military special forces found him in a compound over the weekend, then chased him in a tunnel, and al-Baghdadi blew himself up along with his 3 young children.
While top Democrats are praising the operation, they also have some concerns about why they weren't told about it beforehand, particularly because at the White House, President Trump gave a long list of other countries that were given a heads up on the operation in northwestern Syria: Russia, Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and the Kurds. Fox News has also learned a number of Republican lawmakers were told about the operation.
That's Fox's Garrett Tenney. A Democrat from California is resigning from Congress. Katie Hill, who was under a House ethics investigation over accusations of inappropriate relationships with staffers. Hill put out a statement blaming a smear campaign. Nearly 200,000 people remain out of their wildfire-threatened homes in California.
Several hundred of those evacuees are here at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds trying to get a little bit of sleep before another long day of waiting it out, worrying about their homes and wondering if the Kincade fire will get any bigger.
That's Fox's Claudia Cowan. There's been yet another delay in Britain's European Union divorce drama. Fox's Simon Owen live in London.
Dave, just announced here the EU saying it's agreed to a request from British Prime Minister Boris Johnson to push Brexit back, confirming a delay of up to 3 months, potentially until the end of January. The split had been due this Thursday, but Johnson has been unable to get his plans for the divorce through Parliament. Meanwhile, Johnson is expected to go to Parliament today and call for an early general election. Dave?
Simon, at baseball's World Series.
That is hammered into left. It is gone.
The Houston Astros beat the Nationals in Washington 7-1 on Fox to take a 3-2 series lead. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees, 5:02 on this Monday morning. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560, The Answer, and President Trump will make his first visit to Chicago today since he was elected Commander-in-Chief. The president will address the International Association of Chiefs of Police, a convention at the McCormick Tower, and will then attend a fundraiser at his Trump International Hotel and Tower. The president is expected to face some protests today when he visits Chicago for the first time since taking office. Chicago public school classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue as they look for a new contract. Meantime, city struck a deal yesterday with a union that represents some of the district's support staff. The contract is pending ratification, of course, by membership. Teachers walked off the job on October 17. Members of Teamster Local 705 are throwing their support partially behind the teachers' strike, but a Teamsters official says this morning they will still obey the law, which means if there's no picket line, they will deliver. Police say they're conducting a death investigation this morning after a man's body washed on shore at Montrose Harbor. The man is believed to be between 40 and 50 years old. No identity has been released. The body was found yesterday afternoon, just one day after another man's body washed ashore at Kathy Osterman Beach, almost 2 miles north of Montrose Harbor. An explosion in May that killed 4 employees will cost a Waukegan chemical plant $1.6 million in fines. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration cited that company that owns the plant, A&B Specialty Silicones, for a dozen federal safety violations. 5:04 on AM 560, and other news we're following today. A Northern Illinois man is accused of transmitting HIV to a teen he allegedly sexually assaulted earlier this year. Lake County Sheriff's Office says Marcus Davis is being charged with aggravated criminal sexual assault, and criminal transmission of HIV. Investigators believe Davis was aware he was suffering from HIV but did not tell the 15-year-old until they had unprotected sex. Police are searching for a 50-year-old woman who went missing from West Rogers Park on the north side last week. Florence China was last seen Tuesday in the 2500 block of West Jerome. Police say a former employee at a Gages Lakes school in the Special Education District of Lake County used excessive force on children on several occasions. The 37-year-old of Waukegan is charged with 6 misdemeanor counts of reckless conduct involving 4 children. Parents of a 7-year-old student at that school reported injuries to authorities in May. There will be a lot of talking, but Illinois lawmakers don't expect much voting this week when they return to the Capitol. It's day 1 of what is supposed to be 6 days of the veto session. Lawmakers, however, say there likely will not be action. Some state reps say there could be talk of pension consolidation, maybe a vape ban. Eddie Pinheiro missed a 41-yard field goal in the final minute. Bears fall to the Chargers, 17-16 at home.
So the issue going into this week was red zone drives. We only had 14, 29th in the NFL in red zone drives. When we got into the red zone, we did well. Then today, we get a lot of drives into the red zone, and we didn't do well.
Dylan Strom scored twice as the Blackhawks took down the L.A. Kings 5-1 in Los Angeles.
I think anytime you can get a win before, even if this is just a one-game road trip, I think it's not the easiest road trip with a few good teams that are playing well. So San Jose's been playing pretty good of recent, and Anaheim's doing great, and Nashville's Nashville. So obviously those teams are good teams, and we got to go into tough buildings. Nice to get one on the road first, and hopefully we can get 4 on the road.
On the hardwood, the Bulls visit the New York Knicks tonight, looking for win number 2 on the young NBA season. 3 home runs for the Astros as they beat the Nationals 7-1 in Game 5 of the World Series in D.C. The news service of Sylvania Automotive, headlight savings time again, which means the darkest nights of the year are here. And if you can't remember the last time you changed your headlights, it's time to whiter, brighter Sylvania bulbs. Make the switch. Visit sylvania-automotive.com. Find your perfect pair. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager sees the cheapening of words.
This impeachment stuff is beyond belief. Remember, the left cheapens everything. Impeachment means nothing now. Impeachment means we don't like the last election results. That's what it means. It used to mean you actually committed serious crimes.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting TOP to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 LASIK surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago. And we're offering 20% off our already low-cost services.
What's that text again?
Text TOP to 350350. That's TOP to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
President Trump is fighting back against Pelosi's impeachment. You can find out what Trump really thinks and get the biggest news on Newsmax TV. Already America's fastest-growing cable news channel, Newsmax TV has shows with Mike Huckabee, Michelle Malkin, Bill O'Reilly, and many more. Find Newsmax TV on DirecTV 349, Dish 216, Xfinity 1115, Optimum 102, Fios 615, Spectrum, Suddenlink, Uverse, or check your channel guide. Newsmax TV is real news for real people.
Make a healthy choice about the air you breathe. Start with the Wave Smart Ventilation Unit to expel the polluted damp air from your basement and crawl space. Then add upstairs a hospital-grade 6-stage air purifier, which includes a HEPA filter and a powerful dual UV system. Stop worrying about mold, odors, radon, carbon monoxide, chemicals, and hundreds of other pollutants that are trapped in your home. Visit dryhome123.com and learn how to make your home healthier and fresher all year round. That's dryhome123.com.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score, and checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
5:09 on AM 560. It's time for a dry basement and a healthy home. Time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. Let's get a check on the roads this morning. In the AM 560 Traffic Center, here is Eddie Manzano.
Just a slight delay on the outbound Kennedy from Bryn Mawr to Sayre due to roadwork in 2 left lanes. That should wrap up pretty soon. No other major incidents. The road's looking clear. Going to the Edens inbound. Lake Cook to the Junction 19, also 19 on the outbound. Inbound Kennedy, O'Hare to downtown at 20. Up on 21, express lanes on the inbound at 8. Once again on the outbound Kennedy at Sayre, roadwork 2 left lanes. Slow from Bryn Mawr on the Ike in either direction at 29 from Thorndale to the post office. Stevenson inbound, flowing freely at 29 minutes from 55 to Lakeshore Drive. On the outbound, 34 minutes from Lakeshore to 55. Inbound Dan Ryan, 90 downtown, 15 outbound, 15. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Mostly cloudy, some drizzle by this afternoon. The high today at 50. Cloudy with a shower this evening, followed by some rain late tonight, low 37. A shower early tomorrow morning. It'll be a chilly day. Clouds will give way to some sun, the high 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
43 O'Hare, 48 Lakefront, 38 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-600-5451. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-600-5451. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-600-5451. 1-800-600-5451.
This is Owen Strand for townhall.com. An uproar has broken out over a Texas custody battle involving Jeffrey Younger. He's the father of a 7-year-old boy named James. James's mother has enrolled him in school as a girl. She told him for years that he is a girl because he once said he liked a toy meant for girls. Now she wants to put him on puberty blockers and is pursuing a future transition to girlhood for James. Jeffrey Younger is fighting the case in court and was just granted some say. He and his ex-wife will have joint conservatorship over James. Do not be confused. We're in the midst of a gender revolution. Change that. Children are in the midst of a gender revolution. We should stand against the gender transitions of children. We should speak truth, and we should protect children from life-altering treatments. This is madness. We cannot be silent. I'm Owen Strand.
Religious liberty is under attack. Alliance Defending Freedom is on the front lines of defense. Click on the banner at townhallreview.com.
If you have pain, listen up, Dennis Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication condition and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
America has a retirement crisis. 10,000 people turn 65 every day with alarmingly little savings. Company pensions are a thing of the past, and 401k plans are riddled with fees and expenses. We're living longer, so our retirement savings need to last longer. And these record low interest rates are virtually punishing savers, forcing many people to take on far too much risk in the stock market. So what can you do to help ensure you don't become another statistic of this crisis? The answers are in a free educational workshop with Tom Fortino, featured expert on Fox Business, Forbes, and the host of the Alpha Wealth Hour heard on AM 560. Learn about the 5 major threats to your retirement, creating lifetime income, and the Social Security decision, plus tax-free strategies to help make the IRS a smaller partner in your retirement, and how to pass along more wealth to the people you love. Seats are available in multiple locations throughout Chicagoland. Visit alphawealthgroup.com and click on the Classes tab to reserve your free seats now. alphawealthgroup.com.
Have you been thinking about your personal estate plan or company entity plan? It's extremely important that families and business owners strongly consider whether your personal estate plan or business entity plan is optimized for your individual needs. There are many elements, including proper wills and trusts, asset protection, taxes, probate, and more that require professional expertise. With over 4 decades of experience, the professionals at Dank, Walter & Angelo have provided exemplary legal services to thousands of individuals, families, and hundreds of businesses. Dank, Walter & Angelo, attorneys at law, are offering qualified AM 560 listeners a free, no-obligation estate planning consultation. They will review your existing documents and make recommendations regarding these important documents, including wills, living wills, trusts, financial power of attorney, and healthcare power of attorney, plus HIPAA, real estate business owners, LLCs, and more. To schedule your free estate planning consultation, visit reviewmyestateplanfree.com. That's reviewmyestateplanfree.com. Don't delay. Peace of mind is a click away. That's reviewmyestateplanfree.com.
Watch today's show live right now on the Income Store live video stream at 560theanswer.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. He gone. Al-Baghdadi, the head of the ISIS terrorist organization, gone in a tactical raid by U.S. Special Forces over the weekend, northern Syria. Donald Trump taking to national TV on Saturday night to announce what went down.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He was the founder and leader of ISIS, the most ruthless and violent terror organization anywhere in the world. The United States has been searching for Baghdadi for many years. Capturing or killing Baghdadi has been the top national security priority of my administration. U.S. Special Operations Forces executed a dangerous and daring nighttime raid in northwestern Syria and accomplished their mission in grand style. We spoke to the Russians.
And Trump went on to describe the way in before we get to that, before we get to the way in which he died, the message that this sent the world over, why this was important in addition to cutting off the head of the snake.
These savage monsters will not escape their fate, and they will not escape the final judgment of God. Baghdadi and the losers who worked for him, and losers they are, they had no idea what they were getting into. In some cases, they were very frightened puppies. In other cases, they were hardcore killers. But they killed many, many people. Their murder of innocent Americans, James Foley, Steven Sotloff, Peter Kasich, and Kayla Mueller were especially heinous.
I appreciate that he named names, too, particularly those Americans who were murdered by ISIS. And then, of course, culminating with some more graphic remarks for which he was criticized.
Baghdadi was vicious and violent, and he died in a vicious and violent way as a coward, running and crying. This raid was impeccable and could only have taken place with the acknowledgement and help of certain other nations and people. I want to thank the nations of Russia, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, and I also want to thank the Syrian Kurds for certain support they were able to give us. This was a very, very dangerous mission. Thank you as well to the great intelligence professionals who helped make this very successful journey possible.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Remember Obama's reelection campaign slogan, the unofficial one? What was it? We killed bin Laden and saved GM, right?
Yeah.
Is this something tantamount to that?
Well,
we killed Baghdadi and saved the American economy, saved American manufacturing. Is that a pretty good re-election slogan for 2020?
I think it's good. President Trump even receiving praise from people like Adam Schiff.
I think that's a mistake, but let's not lose sight of the fact it was a success.
He was saying it was a mistake not to mention or call Democratic leaders before the raid, as President Obama did before the raid on bin Laden's compound.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
But that's a separate issue
different
right now.
relationship between the president and the opposition party in Congress than it was during the Obama administration. I would argue that's certainly what Trump argued, and he addressed that straight away at the press conference.
We've notified some. Others are being notified now as I speak. We were going to notify him last night, but we decided not to do that because Washington leaks like I've never seen before. There's no country in the world that leaks like we do. And Washington is a leaking machine. And I told my people we will not notify them until our great people are out. Not just in, but out. I don't want to have them greeted with firepower like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I think erring on the side of making sure that this information isn't politicized in any way, jeopardizing the safety of troops and those involved in the actual operation. I think that makes sense in these times. I think there's enough evidence to suggest that there are people that are members of Congress who have no problem using the safety and the lives of others to score political points. In other words, they're indifferent to the safety and lives of others. So people who say, oh, it's so offensive that he didn't notify congressional leaders as this was going on or prior to its initiation, I say President Trump made the right call there. There's no reason to trust people that you otherwise don't trust.
Right.
So if I don't trust you in with respect to matters that are not sensitive, why would I trust you with a matter that is the most sensitive?
And it's amazing. None of our troops were injured. 100 troops on 8 different helicopters flying in at 11 p.m. They stayed for a few hours. And once Baghdadi knew that he was in trouble, the 3 boys that he grabbed, CBS was reporting that those were his sons that he grabbed and took in the tunnel and then exploded his suicide vest.
Yes. And by the way, the mention he made of other countries who he thanked for their assistance. Yeah. This, you want to understand? Do you want to understand the depravity, the ridiculousness of the D.C. press corps? I take you back again to Chuck Todd, who is supposed to be one of their most respected members because he hosts Meet the Press. And instead, other than mannerism, I challenge you to distinguish Chuck Todd from Alex Jones. They're just conspiracy theorists of a different sort. They have different conspiracy theories, but they are conspiracy theorists. Listen to this question that Chuck Todd put to National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, who came on the show to discuss the operation.
The president said that there were a number of folks that helped. He thanked Russia first. He thanked the Kurds last. Should we read into that?
No, I don't think you should read into that. I think what the president talked about is that it was a very dangerous mission for our troops, and the president made a courageous decision to send them far into enemy territory at night, a long-range helicopter raid. It was a courageous decision of the president, but it was incredible bravery and skill of our men and women in the armed forces and the intelligence community that executed the mission flawlessly. But they had to fly over areas where there's significant anti-aircraft capability, the Syrians, the Russians, the Turks, others. So I think we appreciated the fact that our helicopters and our planes weren't molested. The Kurds played an important role in the operation, and we're grateful for the Kurds and for the SDF and our allies there.
He, by the way, just in terms of order, since we're supposed to read into the order, that's what Chuck Todd is really asking when he's making a statement, not asking a question. He thanked the intelligence community and the troops after he mentioned those other countries. Oh, should we read into that too? Does he saying the Kurds are more important than American troops? Is that what we should understand? Ridiculous.
Gross.
And Chuck Todd didn't.
Well, he's just unwatchable. He's disgusting.
It didn't stop.
Oh,
He tried
really?
again.
More?
He went back with the Russian gambit because despite 2.5 years, despite the pronouncement of the Mueller investigation, despite the substantive actions, sanctions imposed, the substantive actions taken by this president with respect to Russia, our other enemies, who sometimes are erstwhile allies of temporary convenience, like when we need to make sure that our troops aren't going to be subject to anti-aircraft fire when they execute this mission in Syria. Chuck Todd, tried again.
Yeah, let me just make it very clear. Russia is not an ally of the United States. The president doesn't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think there's
First country he thanked today.
Look, there are times when our interest overlaps with the interests of Russia. Last night it overlapped. We didn't want Russian air defense missiles being shot at our men and women who were executing this raid. And so last night, and they don't like ISIS, as the president pointed out. Last night, our interest overlapped with Russia. When our interest overlapped with Russia, there's no reason we shouldn't work with them. Russia is not an ally of the United States, and look, Russia presents a great danger to the United States, and something we keep an eye on every single day.
You got it now, Chuck. We clear. It was the first country he thanked. First country he thanked. I rest my case. Embarrassing. And that's only the tip of the embarrassment that the D.C. press corps imposed on itself in covering this raid and this great moment for the country. And we'll get to that.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Gary Rabine of the Rabine Group and the podcast Ditch Digger CEO. One of my favorite things to do is golf at our exclusive Bull Valley Golf Club in Woodstock. Just 55 minutes northwest of O'Hare and 35 minutes south of Lake Geneva. 5 minutes from the Metro line. 250 acres of amazing terrain, oak and red pine forest, native prairie and marsh. It feels like you played 4 different courses in 18 holes. Golf Digest rated Bull Valley the 30th most challenging championship-style golf course in America. One of the best courses in Illinois, and the track the best golfers want to play. Good golfers, Bull Valley will make you great. Bad golfers like me, Bull Valley will make you better. A world-class staff and 2 amazing teaching pros, simulators, and a beautiful instructional range. I've got the greatest offer on the planet in private championship golf. If you live in or near Chicago, join our Chicago membership in the next 10 days and get 18 months for $2,500. You heard it, $2,500 to be a member until April 2021. Email Gary at bullvalleygolfclub.com and play championship golf tomorrow. That's Gary at bullvalleygolfclub.com.
Take a moment and picture your daughter. Society puts this unbelievable pressure on her to achieve, to win, to project perfection, and it affects her. I've told you about Northridge Prep for boys. Now let me tell you about their sister school, Willows Academy. Girls thrive at Willows because the pressure just isn't there. There's no boys to create a social pecking order. It's a culture where what matters is how good a friend you are, not Instagram. Their all-female faculty create a warm environment where girls can be their best, not perfect. Not surprisingly, in this environment, girls actually do achieve. The Willows goal is to produce leaders, and it succeeds. Willows girls attend the top universities like MIT and Notre Dame. Willows has a strong liberal arts curriculum, small class sizes, personalized attention, and one-on-one mentoring. They're an independent Catholic school for grades 6 through 12 with your strong values. Learn more at their open house on November 3rd. That's this coming Sunday. November 3rd. Register online at willowsacademy.org. That's willowsacademy.org.
Hi, I'm Paul Cutler, pastor of Grace Lutheran Church in Streamwood, a proud donor of AM 560's Food for the Poor campaign. Grace is a gathering of regular people who love God, love each other, and reach out to others with the love of Christ. Mercy Community, a spirit-filled black church, and Iglesia Jerusalem, an Hispanic congregation, also meet on Grace's campus. We all work together to make a difference in the world. If you have had little or no experience with church, Grace is the place for you. If you've had a less than great experience with church, Grace is the place for you. If you want to learn more about God, more about yourself, and more about life, I personally invite you to check us out at gracestheplace.net or call us at 630-289-3996 or like us on Facebook at Grace is the Place ST. That's gracestheplace.net or 630-289-3996 or like us on Facebook at Grace is the Place ST. I look forward to meeting you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll distinguish between how President Trump remembered al-Baghdadi and how the D.C. press corps did at 5:38.
And week 3 of the CPS strike, and I have some inside information about who's really dragging their feet at the negotiation tables. And later, looks like Lauren Underwood's going to have to find a new roomie. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
43 degrees at 5:30. President Trump makes his first visit to Chicago today since being elected commander-in-chief. He'll address the International Association of Chiefs of Police at McCormick Place. News that U.S. forces killed ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi over the weekend is drawing praise and some indifference from around the globe.
A couple of weeks, we knew a little bit about where he was going, where he was heading. We had very good information that he was going to another location. He didn't go.
Turkey's president called the killing a major turning point for the region. However, Russia's defense ministry says it has no reliable information on the U.S. operation. Congressman Mac Thornberry says ISIS at the same time may have been in communication with al-Qaeda.
In that area, there were signs of al-Qaeda and ISIS cooperating in a way we have not seen before.
The Texas Republican is a member of the House Armed Services Committee and made those statements on CNN. Nearly 200,000 people are being forced from their homes as wildfires mushroom in California. Meteorologist Scott Strenfield says the North Bay area of California saw winds Sunday at 90 miles an hour.
Just to put those wind speeds in perspective, a sustained wind of 74 miles per hour is considered hurricane force.
Governor Gavin Newsom declared a statewide emergency.
Let me be precise. Kincaid Fire remains the most stubborn challenge that we face and is immediately of top priority and focus.
Flames have forced an estimated 180,000 people to evacuate in Sonoma County. One of the most liberal members of Congress for the latter half of the last century is dead. Former Congressman John Conyers died at his home Sunday in Detroit at the age of 90. California Congresswoman Katie Hill stepping down amid a major ethics probe. The House Ethics Committee opened up an investigation into allegations Hill was romantically involved with a member of her staff while married. Being romantically involved with a member of your staff is a violation of House rules. General Motors strike is over. 50,000 UAW union members are back at work after 57% ratified a new 4-year deal. Chicago Public School classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue to drag on. Meantime, members of the Teamsters Local 705, while throwing their support behind the teachers' strike, say they will obey the law, and if there's no picket line, they will deliver. Police say they're conducting a death investigation this morning after a man's body washed on shore at Montrose Harbor. The man believed to be 40 to 50 years old, but no identity has been released. Eddie Pinheiro missed a 41-yard field goal in the final minute. Bears fall to the Chargers, 17-16. Dylan Strom scored twice. Blackhawks took down the Kings, 5-1. On the hardwood, the Bulls will take on the Knicks later on tonight. 5:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity sees shady business in Washington.
What they're doing here is their little secret Soviet-style impeachment coup attempt. This is not how this process works. This kangaroo court, this is not a legitimate process. This inquiry is constitutionally invalid.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Message and data rates may apply.
Help! Seriously, I am too young for hair loss.
My hairline keeps creeping back. Receding?
I've got this bald spot.
It's thinning everywhere.
I'm gonna have to give up and shave it.
Dude, put down the razor because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs and a free gift card to anyone who texts SECRET to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how great your hair could look. Using the latest technology, Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text SECRET to 85850. That's SECRET to 85850.
Are you tired of paying another mortgage payment for your health insurance? Did you know you're not locked into your current health plan? With non-Obamacare health plans, you may save 25 to 50% or more each month. Contact SVL Insurance Group. They recently helped a healthy family of 5 who were paying $1,800 per month for health insurance using a well-known regional insurance carrier. SVL Insurance Group was able to lower their premium to $750 per month and pick up additional coverage. There are no open enrollment periods, which means you can start or stop your health plan any time of the year. You can also cancel anytime. 2019 has been a remarkable year with the expansion of product portfolios from many insurance carriers. With the elimination of the individual mandate, you're now free to choose any health insurance plan for you and your family without the added stress of a yearly penalty. Contact SVL Insurance Group today to have a conversation and see what's best for your family. Call 224-465-8276. That's 224-465-8276. Online at svlinsurancegroup.com.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
536 AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim this morning, it's Eddie Manzano.
Outbound Kennedy not moving from Cumberland to the extension. On the extension westbound, heavy from the Kennedy to the Tri-State. No other major incidents or delays at this time on the Edens inbound and outbound at 19 from Lake Hook to the junction. Inbound from Kennedy O'Hare to downtown at 20, outbound 25. It is not moving from Cumberland to the extension. Westbound extension heavy from the Kennedy to the Tri-State. On the inbound Ike, Ferndale to the post office 29, also 29 on the outbound Stevenson in either direction at 34 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. On the Dan Ryan inbound and outbound at 15 from 95th to downtown. Express lanes looking good in either direction. No delays on 57 to the Bishop Ford as well as Lakeshore Drive. No major incidents or delays on the suburban tollways as well as the Indiana tollways. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy, spotty drizzle by the late afternoon, a high near 50. Currently 43, next news at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Retire Chicago. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to Retire Chicago with John McNamara of McNamara Capital.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity on AM 560. The Answer.
Last night was a great night for the United States and for the world. A brutal killer, one who has caused so much hardship and death, has violently been eliminated. He will never again harm another innocent man, woman, or child. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place.
President Trump announcing the death of ISIS terrorist-in-chief al-Baghdadi over the weekend, a raid that was flawlessly executed by our intelligence and military personnel. The response to that, the coverage of this, let me just start with Jamie Lee Curtis, and then we'll get to the D.C. press corps, which is more embarrassing than Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis tweeting in response to that line that you just heard.
What?
He, meaning al-Baghdadi, may have died a coward, but all living things suffer when they are blown up. Anyone who has experienced warfare, unlike yourself, would know that war is brutal. Dogs are brave, bold, loyal, loving, and healing. She's got a point. It's really important. You ask anybody who's blown themselves up, and to a man, they'll tell you it's no picnic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
but
really important.
One thing, it does go by quickly. Yes.
And as far as dogs, died like a dog. I hate to break it to you, Jamie Lee. I know you're one of those deep thinkers in Hollywood, but that's an expression, if you track the etymology of, goes back to like ancient Greece, and it refers to dying like a dog, dying in an undignified manner because dogs were left to die, outside. They weren't buried. It's not a comment on our canine friends, you doomcough.
Wait, what was the word you just used? Doomcough?
Doomcough.
Oh, yeah.
Dum-dum.
Yeah.
So that's Jamie Lee Curtis. But actually, more hilarious, the Washington Post.
The headline, I was shocked. It said Abu Barak al-Baghdadi, austere religious scholar at helm of ISIS Islamic State, dies at 48. I mean, they made it sound like he was some Nobel Prize winner, just died suddenly at the age of 48, midlife. He had his whole life ahead of him, Dan.
The obit was even more
God.
jarring. By the way, I thought that ISIS,
scholar.
the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, I thought that didn't have anything to do with Islam. Religious scholar. Are you conceding this is connected to a radicalization of Islam? Austere religious.
Is he published? I mean, I don't know. Does he have a dissertation out there we should read?
Quotes from the Washington Post obit. Austere religious scholar with wireframe glasses.
They did not.
Mr. Baghdadi maintained a canny pragmatism. Acquaintance would remember him as a shy, nearsighted youth who liked soccer but preferred to spend his free time at the local mosque. This is in keeping with how the D.C. Press Corps has covered despots and murderers for, the better part of 100 years. I mean, don't forget the New York Times coverage of Hitler during his rise as somebody who
we should get to know, or
as a Bavarian gentleman, enjoyed walks with the dog. And, he was just using that anti-Semitism as a stalking horse for political purposes. He wasn't really serious about it. New York Times coverage in 1922 and for the better part of that decade in the run-up to Hitler's run-up. I love the reactions to the Washington Post going back and forth. They started with Islamic State's terrorist-in-chief. They changed it to austere religious scholar.
Right, and then
they got so much flack for that, they settled on extremist leader of Islamic State, which is still rather generous. I like this.
I mean, they didn't convey the fact that he was a terrorist leader and he committed numerous atrocities.
So, of course, this set Twitter ablaze, and so you had some creative people that rewrote the obituaries of other people, Washington Post style.
I want to hear this.
Allah Pundit, for example. John Wayne Gacy, children's party clown, dead at age 52. Osama bin Laden, spiritual leader and architect of Lower Manhattan urban revitalization projects, dead at 54.
He had his whole life ahead of him. Dead at 48.
Jeffrey Dahmer, amateur chef with a flair for exotic cuisine, dies at 34.
Oh, my God.
I mean, all the ridicule is deserved. And by the way, it's not just the Washington Post and some of the D.C. press corps outlets. Saturday Night Live, they're cold open with Alec Baldwin and that chick who was formerly engaged to Ariana Grande. What's his name? Pete
Davidson.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
How's his coloring? He looks a little off.
This was their cold open. Pete Davidson, Alec Baldwin.
Oh, so great to see a young Trump supporter.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
And where are you from, son? New Mexico?
ISIS. Yeah, I was a prisoner in Syria until last week when you freed me. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing jobs back to ISIS. And I promise that I will make ISIS great again. Woo!
Terrific. What a great guy. ISIS is back in a big, big way, folks. And we love that, don't we? Okay.
This as the raid was taking place that brought Baghdadi, could have brought his head back on a spike if the president wanted. It continued. By this time, the world had noted something was going on.
Because the president had tweeted something big just happened.
And that was the subject of ridicule on Weekend Update.
He tweeted just an hour ago, which was, something very big has just happened, with no further explanation, which with Trump could either mean we just invaded Mexico or the McRib is back.
Or it could mean something else, couldn't it? Funny guys.
312-642-5600 is our Turnkey Pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Jim in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I couldn't agree with you and Amy more. There's no way that the president should have divulged any information to the Democrats that have, and to others that were not key people in this operation that have proven to be leakers and continue to do so, and then they undercut our people, our government at a moment's notice for their own political gain. What I loved about Trump's address was when he differentiated between the competency of the people that were in the room with him, as opposed to the Comeys, the Brenners, and the people that are out of those positions now that had no. You look at the caliber of those people that were in situation rooms and had access. And so I'm glad that there's some movement in getting people that can keep their mouths shut and keep our national security issues close to the chest.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Well, I mean, you heard from, of course, because they're contributors to the Resistance on cable TV. You heard from Obama's deputy CIA chief for a time, Mike Morrell. You heard from clap on, clap off, Jim Clapper. Here's Morrell. You know, a little critical of President Trump's spike in the football, getting into such detail on al-Baghdadi's death.
You don't want a locker room kind of feel to this, right? And that was the one thing we worked really hard on after the bin Laden raid, is don't make those kind of statements because it does inspire other people. I think it's all right to say. I think it's all right to say that we used, DNA matching to figure out that it was him, but to actually talk about body parts and actually bringing them back with us, right? So that we have them here with us, I think is going too far.
This is still the approach from the Obama era. Mike Morrell can't shed it, and of course, this is a way to figure out some angle of criticism to offer President Trump. The idea that if you just offer a kind word, then nobody will be inspired to commit terrorist acts in the name of Islam. The terrorists are just friends we haven't made yet.
And the Washington Post went on to say Trump uttered 8,000 words and took a dozen questions, offering an unfiltering and at times vivid account of the raid, where when President Obama took to the lectern, he offered 1,000 words and then walked away. That's
super important. By the way, the whole SNL thing about you're creating jobs and making ISIS great again. Wasn't it with the left that was talking about jobs for terrorists as a way to?
Well, that's what President Obama said. He said the way to stop these extremists and get ISIS is we need to employ them.
Yeah.
So we need manufacturing to come in to give them jobs.
Right. We need midnight basketball program in Raqqa.
Maybe Arnie Duncan could start that.
And that'll deal with it. Mike in Mokina, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, good morning, Dan and Amy. I just wanted to say that this Washington press corps, they've got TDS so bad that it's driving everybody nuts listening to them. They don't know history. World War II, we fought with the Russians, even though we didn't like the Russians and we didn't trust the Russians. We fought with them. So and now Germany and Japan are allies of us. So they're nuts. They drive me crazy.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Margot in Burr Ridge.
Yeah, I did not hear all of the president's speech, but I'm wondering, did he mention which SEAL team it was that got him? Because I remember when Biden was blabbing all about, SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team 6. In a month, they had ambushed SEAL Team 6 and killed 22 of them and 8 Marines in one helicopter ambush, which turned out to be a total ambush. They knew where the SEAL Team 6 was going to be and all of that, probably because they were listening to Hillary's, phone calls or whatever. But, I don't think he gave out strategic information like that.
No, he didn't.
And that was
Just
Biden,
said American special
who
ops.
could be our president.
Thanks for the call, Margot.
Could be anything.
It's a good point. No, he did not. You're right. Steve and Roselle.
Yeah, good morning. In basketball, you might look left to fake with your eyes and then pass to the right. Maybe that's what Trump did all along by pulling out of Syria and letting Turkey come in, because he said we've been following Baghdadi for weeks.
That's right. Thanks for the call, Steve. And I think the Kurds, if I remember what NSA O'Brien said, I think the Kurds were helpful in that tracking of Baghdadi and then getting the confirmation on his
ABC,
identity plus location so that Trump could make the call to initiate the mission.
Yeah, ABC said that there was a mole that we were working with the entire time to letting him know his exact location. But he was good friends with Baghdadi.
And by the way, the spokesman, the spokesperson for ISIS, because we don't want to offend them by using non-gender neutral language. It's sensitive there.
Yeah, are they real? I mean, are they confirmed yet that he died?
ISIS spokesman Abu al-Hassan al-Muhajir also killed CIA operation, confirmed Sunday. Trump confirmed Sunday Baghdadi had died during the Delta Team raid, first reported. Newsweek is claiming first reporting. I don't know about that. But the commander of the Syrian Democrat forces reported not just the death of Baghdadi, but also that ISIS spokesman. So I guess he won't be
so we're not
taking the reins.
A response from him, whether
yeah, right.
They believe that he is dead.
It's something else too, just to put this in perspective, especially comparing and contrasting what has happened over the Obama administration to the Trump administration. Washington think tanks estimated that at its greatest extent, ISIS controlled 42,000 square miles. ISIS claimed it controlled more than 100,000 square miles, which, in terms of where they were operated with more or less impunity, is not implausible. So 40 to 100,000 square miles. They erased the Anglo-French borders of 1922. They looted every town they took in eastern Syria and western Iraq, sold the oil they seized, took a healthy commission from the refugee racket ferrying boats across the Mediterranean from both Syria and Libya to Greece and Italy. To President Obama, you'll remember, this is Mark Stein writing, to President Obama, ISIS was a junior varsity team. Remember that? The
right.
JV team.
The JV team. But they grew and they developed and they fattened up their bench, so to speak.
Yeah,
Obama.
Mark Stein, that itself was a junior varsity analogy. If you were foolish enough to take him at his word and thought Syria was just a somewhat more lively outpost of the Arab Spring, you went wandering Rocco-wards to lend humanitarian assistance and wound up starring in your own snuff video and wondering why your decapitator appeared to have a Northern English or Australian accent. And actually, that's sort of the story of Kayla Mueller, who the operation was named after, by the way.
Really?
4 months after Kayla Mueller's execution, Stein goes on, Trump came down that escalator. He is not to everyone's style or taste stylistically, but he is a more serious man than his predecessor and than many of his GOP rivals who simply assumed that a Republican restoration would mean a return to Bush-style war on terror. Trump grasped a simple truth, but one apparently beyond Bill Kristol and company. There are no takers for ineffectual warmongering. If shock and awe had actually shock and awe, things might be different, but it didn't. And as Stein goes on to basically say, America has not an imperialist bone in his body, and without it, long-term occupation, ever more confined to Iraq's green zone and Afghanistan's crusader forts, is a fool's errand. So we have to figure out how to win with light and mobile configurations. Thus, these last 2.5 years of Trump, when he took the oath of office, the Islamic State was a nascent Saudi Arabia, blood-soaked and oil-rich and merely awaiting diplomatic recognition. Month by month, he shrunk it. He reduced it from a caliphate back to a terrorist group, but without committing vast numbers of American infantrymen. Low-key shock and awe. That culminated this weekend with a brilliantly executed raid on the holdup caliph and with his head as a highly apt trophy of war. 40 to 100,000 square miles they controlled, operating with impunity, getting the resources they needed to operate and expand their would-be caliphate through control of oil fields, pirating oil in the open market. And where are we today? ISIS militarily destroyed, and now their leader's head on a pike. Craig in Mount Greenwood.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. This here rotten Soviet-style state-run media, they really exposed themselves this time. You just take a look back, and people want to look back and see how they handled Obama and Bin Laden and everything, and then see what they're doing today with Trump. And Trump was genius in not telling these people. These people their first choice is not that they can get Trump. Their first choice is to tear up our United States of America, our Constitution, our way of freedom, our way of justice, and bust us all up. You got these Soviet leftist, rotten people involved with big money with the media that basically they want to destroy this place.
All right, thanks.
They want Trump, but they want to destroy this place. Hey,
thanks for the call, Craig.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You've heard about the great need for workers in the skilled trades. There are many well-paying opportunities today for young people just out of high school and even college. One of those opportunities is with Woodland Windows and Doors, a major operation with a 50-year history providing customers with quality windows and doors from the initial sale to service and installation. Woodland is experiencing growth in their business and are eager to hire both individuals with experience in window and door installation and those willing to learn the trade and work together with their skilled craftsmen. The Woodland tradition is hard work, integrity, and respect for others while providing their valued customers with the service they expect and deserve. They offer competitive wages based on experience, along with paid vacation, paid holidays, 401k, several health insurance plans to choose from, and a company truck. Woodland Windows and Doors has full-time work available now. If you're on the path to the vision of the trades, skilled in carpentry, or willing to learn, call 630-869-1450 or visit woodlandwindows.com.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
Do you want your basement to be dry most of the time? If so, Permaseal is not the company for you. At Permaseal, we believe your basement should be dry all the time, no matter how hard it rains. Hi, I'm Roy Spencer, president of Permaseal. I hear story after story of homeowners who say their basement only leaks when it rains. Well, you don't worry about your living room or bedroom getting wet when it rains, and you should feel the same way about your basement. Just call 800-421-SEAL. We offer a free estimate, no haggle pricing, and a price assurance guarantee, so you can rest assured that you're getting the best value. Your basement is already dry most of the time, but if you want your basement dry all the time, you know who to call. 800-421-SEAL. Permaseal has earned an A-plus rating from the BBB and has received their 2016 Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net.
Known best for being better, Permaseal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Adolf Hitler, Austrian vegan activist and landscape painter, dies at 56. WAPO death notices, WAPO obituaries. Have
All
fun all
morning.
morning. Do your own. Speaking of fun, here we go. Philip in Blue Island.
I don't know if it's fun, especially
hurry
with
up.
the death of these children.
hurry up. Okay, again, when it comes to Trump's hypocrisy,
Mm-hmm.
on October 2012, he said, stop congratulating Obama for killing bin Laden. The Navy SEALs killed bin Laden. So he himself are praising the Navy SEALs and trying to knock down a former president for doing something probably greater than what he did. But he always has to compare himself to Obama. He wants to be Obama. He really can't compare to him whatsoever.
I got it. Thanks for the call, Philip, and thanks for exposing your hypocrisy.
Coming up,
as you always do. You never fail us, Philip. Thank you so much.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, social justice warriors unite for the first time as President Trump will be visiting Chicago. What to expect, because it's going to be crazy out there. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Classes canceled as the Chicago teacher strike remains unresolved. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
ISIS needs a new leader. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A U.S. raid killed the Islamic State's mastermind.
He was a sick and depraved man, and now he's gone.
President Trump says Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi died like a dog, a coward, blowing himself up along with 3 of his children when U.S. Special Forces cornered him at a compound in Syria.
The president said it took over an hour for the American strike force to reach its target. Up to 70 U.S. Special Operations Forces spent 2 hours on the ground to kill ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and collect what the president called highly sensitive information on ISIS. A large number of ISIS fighters were killed. Some were captured alive.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Democrat Adam Schiff, told ABC's This Week.
It's an operational success. It's a symbolic victory.
But Democrats are also upset they were given no advance notice, like some Republicans got. And the U.S. gave Russia, Turkey, Iraq, and Syria a heads up about a big operation. A House Democrat has resigned. Congresswoman Katie Hill from California was under an ethics investigation, accused of inappropriate relationships with staffers. Hill blamed an abusive husband and a political operatives for a smear campaign using dirty photos as a weapon. Brexit is going to take even more time. Fox's Simon Owen live in London.
Dave, just 3 days before Britain is due to leave the European Union, EU President Donald Tusk saying the bloc has agreed to a request from British Prime Minister Boris Johnson to push Brexit back. The EU announcing a flexible delay of up to 3 months. Johnson had pledged to deliver Brexit on time, but he's so far been unable to win support from Parliament here in London for how the split should happen. Dave?
Simon, a lot of people in California's wine country are out of their homes, threatened by a wildfire that's burned down 94 structures so far.
About 500 evacuees are here at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds getting food and shelter, hopefully a little bit of rest, but that's just a fraction of the more than 200,000 people who remain under mandatory evacuation orders.
Fox's Claudia Cowan. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees. Skies are mostly clear. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. President Trump makes his first visit to Chicago today since being elected commander-in-chief. The president will address the International Association of Chiefs of Police, a convention at McCormick Place. The president then will face protest when he visits Chicago for the first time since taking office and attends a fundraising event. Chicago Public School classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue. Meantime, the city has struck a deal with the union that represents some of the district's support staff. Contract is pending ratification by membership. Elmhurst College will be closed today after new vandalism was reported on Sunday. Elmhurst police are investigating an incident of graffiti that was discovered around 10 p.m. in a woman's restroom stall in the A.C. Buehler Library. Police say they do not believe the graffiti constitutes a credible threat. However, school officials have decided to close campus and cancel classes so police can continue to investigate. An explosion that killed 4 employees will cost a Waukegan chemical plant $1.6 million in fines. OSHA cited the company that owns that plant, A&B Specialty Silicones, for a dozen federal safety violations. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16 at home. Dylan Strom scored twice. Blackhawks took down the Kings 5-1. NBA hardwood Bulls visit the Knicks later on tonight. The news service of Discover. Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score, and checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply. A check of traffic and weather on the way next. on AM 560.
With all the noise and political spin of the news cycle, it's easy for the things that really matter to get lost. Sources with knowledge cuts through all the clutter to bring you biting commentary on the week's events. This Sunday at 3 p.m., your hosts Eric Cohn and Joe Kaiser bring you insight on politics and policy, as well as culture, sports, food, and everything else you need, so you can understand what's happened this week. It's Sources with Knowledge this Sunday at 3 p.m. right here on AM 560. The Answer.
When it comes to keeping your small business's valuable information safe, Dell Small Business Technology Advisors can recommend tailored security solutions like servers, storage, networking. Plus, right now, get up to 45% off select business computers with Intel Core processors. Running your own small business is a big challenge, but with the right partner, it's a lot easier. To speak with an advisor today, call 877-BUY-DELL. That's 877-BUY-DELL.
I'm Dr. Jeff Gooden, and I treat pain with Salonpas. That's because practicing good medicine is my responsibility as a doctor. For back or joint pain, I agree with CDC guidance that recommends using topical pain relievers first, like Salonpas Patch Large. Salonpas is powerful, FDA approved to relieve debilitating moderate pain, yet non-addictive and gentle on the body. Look for the green Salonpas box in the pain relief aisle. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Message and data rates may apply.
Help! Seriously, I'm too young for hair loss.
My hairline keeps creeping back. Receding?
I've got this bald spot.
It's thinning everywhere.
I'm gonna have to give up and shave it.
Dude, put down the razor, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs, and a free gift card to anyone who texts SECRET to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how great your hair could look. Using the latest technology, Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text SECRET to 85850. That's SECRET to 85850.
It's that time of year again, headlight savings time. When the night gets darker and you need a fresh pair of headlights that are up to the task. Can't remember the last time you replaced your headlight bulbs? Well, now is the time. Visit Sylvania-automotive.com to find your perfect bulbs.
6:06 AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim this morning, Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Kennedy, slight delay from Cumberland to Central O'Hare to downtown 24 from the junction, 10 express lanes at 8. Outbound to O'Hare from downtown 29, slow from Central to Harlem, heavy from Canfield to the extension. On the inbound, Ike sluggish from Manheim to Des Plaines, picks up again at Damon to Racine. Thorndale to the post office 33, outbound 29, no delays. Inbound Stevenson, slow from Harlem to Kizzy. Heavy from Western to just before the Dan Ryan. At the Dan Ryan, an accident blocking 2 right lanes. On the outbound, LSD to 55 at 34 minutes. Inbound Dan Ryan, once again at the Stevenson, disabled vehicle in the right lane. 95th to downtown to 18, outbound 15, inbound 57, so from Halsted to the Dan Ryan. 80 Dan Ryan, 17, outbound 15, Bishop Ford inbound, heavy from 111 to the Dan Ryan. 8094 Dan Ryan at 24 minutes. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, mostly cloudy, spotty drizzle by afternoon. The high today, 50. Clouds and a shower for this evening. Rain late tonight, low 37. A shower early tomorrow morning, then a chilly day. Clouds will give way to some sun. The high tomorrow at 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Alternative way to look at this Chicago teacher strike. Do you think it's possible that the collection of stakeholders could spend the $9 billion that is spent on CPS? Could they spend it any worse than it is currently being spent? And we talk a lot about how much is being taxed. How about what's being spent and what you're getting for it? Could you spend $9 billion to educate 350,000 kids any worse than CPS is doing it?
It's actually now 300,000 kids.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Isn't that the operative question for all this talk about getting a deal and how much the teachers make and how much more personnel should be added? Could you spend the money you've been spending any worse than it's been spent? In other words, is it possible to purposefully affect a worse outcome for more kids than CPS already does? I submit it's not. I submit, in point of fact, if you took $9 billion away and you left left parents and families to their own devices, the 1 in 6 CPS kids that's going to get a BA by the time they're 25, they'd get it anyway, just because of the family structure and their own initiative. That would happen anyway, through spontaneous order, through personal initiative and accountability. That's how bad CPS is. And so I love this Tribune editorial about the strike. Many Chicagoans are privately rooting for Lori Lightfoot.
We're not privately rooting for her.
There's a silent majority quietly rooting for Lori Lightfoot, Chicago Tribune editorial, who won every ward in the April election. But many of those Chicagoans are afraid to be public about their discontent with the labor union. They're afraid of the bullying. They don't want to appear anti-teacher. Well, they're setting a great example for their kids, if that's true. And by the way, why would you be rooting for Lori Lightfoot? She gave away the store as the opener. Now she's putting more of other people's assets on the table to try and just get out of this.
She messed up, and we had Paul Vallis on the show that said she offered way too much money to begin with. She didn't do what he would have done, and that's settled this before the school year began. And also, I learned that Toni Preckwinkle was going to, if she was mayor, offer them 10% over 5 years instead of 16%, which Lori Lightfoot gave them.
Well,
which they haven't accepted yet. And here's the deal. Come November 1st, their insurance runs out.
Yeah.
And that's the big day buzzword. But for everybody else, tomorrow, we have to go back to school tomorrow. Not only for sports, but for PSAT tests that are taken on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. They need to be taken in order for kids to get certain scholarships. And if it's not done that day, because it's being done in other schools statewide, then those kids are screwed.
Well, I mean, the people that count in this city, the politicians and a couple of celebrities we have, like Chance the Rapper, they've got a different take. Chance the Rapper, during his opening monologue on Saturday Night Live.
I'm Chance the Rapper, and it is so great to be back here at SNL. If you don't remember, last time I was here, I gave $1 million to Chicago Public Schools.
Where did that
go? And I'm happy to say it completely fixed everything.
Oh, it's so funny.
No, honestly, to the teachers in Chicago, I know you guys are on strike right now. I fully support you. I just wish that when I was in school, my teachers had gone on a strike. Like, for real, though.
Whew, stick to the rapping. Yeah.
Not funny.
The funny thing is, actually, Chance the Rapper just said the joke's on him. That $1 million he gave to CPS, he might as well have lit it on fire.
Yeah, where did that money go?
He said, "What?" He said
that even paint a hallway. Like,
when he jokes, that solved everything, right? What are you effectively saying? That's not a money problem. You just need to think through your own self-effacing humor there, Chance. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. One highlight from last week we didn't get to. I want to make sure we get to it because I think this was inspired by a session of day drinking. And this was outside Bell School on the north side.
Oh, Bell. We beat him every time in volleyball, but yes.
Fascinating. I think the one thing that we can agree on, no matter what side you're coming from, no matter the one thing that everybody can agree on in the city, whether you're pro-teacher, you're pro-Lightfoot, you're anti-both, is that this strike is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a good time.
So let's choreograph a routine.
Yeah, let's do a little updated version of Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Because he is a child molester, too. So it'd be fitting in with CPS because they had some child molestations there that nobody cared about.
Correct.
So we'll shine a light on him.
And we'll just update the lyrics to make them more relevant. This is in the middle of the street, if you haven't seen the video.
Yeah, they shut down the street, too. Yeah. On a bell. Inconveniencing neighbors. They spent a lot. I have to tell you, as a cheerleading sponsor, they spent a lot of time on that routine.
Well, that's
they were in sync. They were, and I know they have a lot of time on their hands to do that.
Well, no, this is why they're arguing for more prep time that needs to be written into the contract, is because prep time for these sorts of collaborative routines that they can do as adults to build community within CPS.
And I want people to know about this prep time issue. Mm-hmm. It means nothing does not affect high school teachers at all. It's elementary and middle school teachers who have to spend one period, the entire week on prep time. Not every day, just one period, once a week.
Lightfoot.
Get on the right foot?
Yeah, that.
Peyton and Eli saw that, by the way, and were horrified.
By the dancing or just
at the fact that they did that. Because they're grieving right now.
Lightfoot and her team, such as it is, Janice Jackson, Miss Jackson if you're nasty, and that Sybil.
Oh, please.
Sybil something.
She's nice.
No, she sure is. They had to press her yesterday to give status update.
We've given them a deal that guarantees social workers and nurses in every school, every day, and pays the average teacher nearly $100,000 and reduces class sizes. Because we want to sign that deal right now, and that is the deal that is on the table for CTU.
That's Janice Jackson, the CPS superintendent, describing the deal that's on the table that's being rejected because that's real nice what you're saying, what I hear you saying, but that's not acceptable to Stacey Davis Gates, who's the number 2 over there at CTU. The CTU had a press conference right after the mayor's press conference, and Miss Davis Gates said this.
We have a mayor that controls every single thing in this city: housing, schools, public safety, everything. And $38 million is what is separating our schools from beginning on Monday. That is no longer just something that sounds ridiculous. It is a failure.
But the facts are the third What? Wait, did you what?
To have that letter say, basically go back to work and I don't have any more money?
No, I honestly am at what Stacey Davis Gates said. The $38 million separating us, that's more than just ridiculous. That's a failure. What are you talking about?
She doesn't.
By the way, doesn't even make sense. It's not a cogent thought, but okay.
The city's saying, though, that it's really $100 million, not $38 million. And then an outside arbitrator saying, no, it's actually $71 million.
And what's the difference? And don't tell me it's $33 million or $62 million.
Don't make me do the math.
No, what's
You're
the difference?
doing the math.
What is the difference?
No, right, really.
$9 billion is what the system spends. 7.7, and they borrow $1.5 billion to keep this house of cards up. $9 billion, and you're talking 38 million, 71 million, 100 million. What's the difference? You can't finance any of it anyway. This junk in, junk out school system you've got. And by the way, why did the Tribune or anybody do this? Well, why do I have to do it? And people that are my little allies actually do the due diligence here to give you the numbers and some historical perspective so you can make an informed decision about what makes sense and what doesn't. This class size, school overcrowding business. I mean, this is just accepted as, by both sides. You just heard Janice Jackson. We put it in writing. We're just as concerned about this as they are. You know why? Because they're co-conspirators. in this criminal enterprise called CPS. That's what it is. Let's talk about it.
All right.
Let's talk about the numbers. We've given you the numbers on this show about how underpopulated so many schools are in CPS. The declining enrollment, even as property taxes have gone up 50% in real dollars over the last 20 years. Well, enrollment declined. There are 21,000 teachers for 335,000 students.
Okay.
One teacher for every 15 students. That's not enough? There are 37,000 total 335,000 students. That's one employee for every 9 students. One employee for every 9 students. That's not enough personnel? Well, that doesn't include nurses and social workers, Dan. Well, then repurpose your distribution of personnel to include them, critics of Dan. You got the money to have one employee per 9 kids. Some perspective, in September of 1998, 20 years ago, 431,000 kids, 591 schools.
Okay, what are we at?
20 years later, 335,000 kids, as I just mentioned, 642 schools. You have 100,000 fewer students, and you have 50 more schools. Here's the reality. You could reduce the number of high schools in CPS if you had them operate sort of based on most of the ratios you see in the suburbs. You could reduce the high schools at least in half, the number of actual high schools. You have a system that's depopulating, and you're opening more schools and you're adding personnel. Explain this to me.
It's a money grab.
Bert in Lake Zurich, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Hey, I was just doing the math in my head, and tell me if I'm wrong here. You said the Chicago public school budget is $9 billion.
Mm-hmm.
There's 300,000 kids. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that comes out to $30,000 per student. And then I think Amy might have this number. What's the average class size for the Chicago public schools? I mean, what is
I
it,
asked
like
my
30
kids.
kids?
No, some classes my kids have 22. Some they have 15. Some they have, in gym there's 35. So it just depends on the
Okay,
school and what their
so let's just take
enrollment is.
20. If we multiply 20 kids by $30,000 per kid, that's a $600,000 budget per classroom per year. How is it you cannot function on $600,000 per classroom? Thank you for taking my call.
And where's the money going? Thanks for the call, Bert.
We do need to bring some good news. That is SEIU. That's 7,500. Well, teachers aid, bus aides, security guards, they reached a tentative deal last night.
Why is that good
I have
news?
an important announcement to make about SEIU Local 73. The union that represents the special education class assistants, bus aides, custodians, and security guards who make our schools work. I'm pleased to announce that the bargaining committee of SEIU Local 73 is reviewing the final terms of a deal.
It's good news because a lot of SIU employees are coaches. And that means that possibly playoff football games could be played this Friday. Amundsen is taking on Marmion, right? Because you had to help me with that. Marmion Aurora on Friday.
Marmion.
Yeah. Marmion.
Ends with an N.
And it's a home game at Amundsen on Friday night, and we're going to be there, and you're going. Let's go. We got to bring out the cowbell. We have to have some hope. Some hope, Dan.
Marmion is going to kick the snot out of Amundsen, so you better hope they stay on strike. Mike on the north side.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I got a couple of questions. One, how do you overcrowd a high school with 250 students?
It's not easy.
You put more than 8 kids in a classroom, each kid gets their own row, and that's not enough. Second, are we going to get a rebate? If they're off 5% of the year, the kids aren't learning. Well, they're not learning the rest of the year. We should get a rebate for that. The child molesters aren't going after the kids. The teachers union, if they're so worried about the children, why don't they forego their raise and say, spend that on the kids? Because they're all about the kids, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of teachers
Thanks
are
for the call, Mike.
taking to Facebook because they're not getting paid right now. They need loans. They want people to help them. And I love teachers. I am very good friends with teachers, and I miss my friends, but I cannot talk to them right now and they keep telling, some of them say, the older teachers are forming a solidarity. They're going to Jesse Sharkey and to this Stacey Davis Gates, who they say she really has
What?
She's the one who's in charge. I know she's second, but she's got Jesse Sharkey by the huevos, if you know what I mean. She's taking control of him. She's demasculinized.
No,
him.
they're allies, actually. They both were under siege during the last union election, and they won overwhelmingly. They are allies. They're flying in formation.
40 delegates, only 10 were at the table this week, and I heard some of them were doodling, just wasting time.
How about this? I told you the teacher-to-student ratio is 15 to 1 in CPS. You know what the national average is? No. Why would anybody look that up?
What is
Why
it?
would the Tribune report on that? Why would anybody ask the question? Why would anybody in the lobotomized Chicago Political Press Corps ask any of these questions, do any research, provide any contextual information to inform the public? Why would they? I guess I'd be out of a job if they did, because that's what we do here. The national average is 17 to 1. So one of the things you could do if you were Lori Lightfoot and not just another mayoral speed bump for the CTU like she is, say, let's see, we're at 15 to 1. You nurses and social workers? Okay, I'll tell you what. We're going to have to clip 4,000 teachers because we're going to abide the national average when it comes to student-teacher ratio. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to close high schools that are like 90% empty. We've talked about those high schools. There's
dozens of them.
6 dozen of them.
Oh, 6 dozen, okay.
I mean, I just told you, there's 50 more schools than there were 20 years ago and 100,000 less kids. So explain this to me. Explain all this overcrowding business. Yeah, somebody I posts on, a one-off on some, whatever, grade school classroom at Skinner. Oh, there's 35. Whatever. It's the same thing as talking about personnel. You got 1 employee per 9 kids. You got $9 billion. So distribute the resources in a way that contemplates the needs school by school. But you can't do that because you have a system that's organized like the Politburo, like a Soviet agrarian co-op. So it can never produce what it promises to produce because central planning doesn't work. But don't ignore all this data. And let's just make it about who likes teachers. And let's just, split the difference between the two sides. They're all coming from the same false premises. There is no good people in this discussion. There's no right side between the city and CPS and CTU. They're all wrong, as they have been for 50 years. Jim in Crown Point.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
All right.
No, I'd just like to say I work for, I got to be kind of careful, a transportation company in the city of Chicago. I'm a union employee, but I'm not a proud union employee. Back in the day, the 20s, 30s, the companies were pretty rough with the men. And I just see what it's all about. I stopped going to union meetings. It's actually run by the mob. You got the movie coming out, I believe it's Friday, The Irishman. They'll show you a lot about the Democratic Party and the unions, how they're in bed with each other.
Yeah.
They got a stronghold on this city.
Are no thugs. You're right.
Yeah.
Civil disobedience training they had for today because they're going to protest Trump. And friends that I know that go down to those daily afternoon marches they have, they said the union members scare them to death. That they're militant. They scream at him like, "Get over here! Get in line! Grab this sign!" That there's no decorum. It's just thuggery. Ugh. Sorry for interrupting.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
But I'm not handling this well.
Yeah.
I'm really not. I called John Cass called me on Saturday and literally was crying. He was my psychiatrist over the weekend.
John Cass was crying?
No, John Cass listened to me cry and
he
talked me off the ledge. Because we were supposed to have our championship on Saturday. Don't make me cry. But we didn't. Now we have to hand in our uniforms tomorrow.
The password is private school.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Limu, I love how we're always looking out for each other. Kind of like how Liberty Mutual looks out for you by customizing your home insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
Limu, why didn't you tell me about the uncovered manhole? I was literally just telling you. Limu, I had no idea you could swim.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Hi, my name's Christina Stumble, and I own Farm Girl Flowers in San Francisco. With my Spark Cash Card from Capital One, I earn unlimited 2% cash back on all my business purchases. Last year, I redeemed $115,000 in cash back. Yeah, $115,000. And that doubled our digital marketing budget for the summer. Thanks to my Spark Card, we had our best summer yet. Imagine what the Spark Card from Capital One could do for your business. What's in your wallet?
Real Capital One customers pay for real stories. Credit approval required.
I'm Gary Rabine of the Rabine Group and the podcast Ditch Digger CEO. One of my favorite things to do is golf at our exclusive Bull Valley Golf Club in Woodstock. Just 55 minutes northwest of O'Hare and 35 minutes south of Lake Geneva. 5 minutes from the Metro line. 250 acres of amazing terrain, oak and red pine forest, native prairie and marsh. It feels like you played 4 different courses in 18 holes. Golf Digest rated Bull Valley the 30th most challenging championship-style golf course in America. One of the best courses in Illinois, and the track the best golfers want to play. Good golfers, Bull Valley will make you great. Bad golfers like me, Bull Valley will make you better. A world-class staff and 2 amazing teaching pros, simulators, and a beautiful instructional range. I've got the greatest offer on the planet in private championship golf. If you live in or near Chicago, join our Chicago membership in the next 10 days and get 18 months for $2,500. You heard it, $2,500 to be a member until April 2021. Email Gary at bullvalleygolfclub.com and play championship golf tomorrow. That's Gary at bullvalleygolfclub.com.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-600-5451. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-600-5451. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-600-5451. 1-800-600-5451.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll see if there's any real attrition among the teaching ranks. Teachers crossing the picket line like Joseph O'Call did long ago. Joseph O'Call, middle school math teacher and after-school chess coach at Earl STEM Academy in Inglewood, joins us at 6:36.
And later, President Trump's first visit to Chicago as president. What you need to know. But first into the newsroom, here is Mike Scott.
President Trump is expected to face some protests today when he visits Chicago for the first time. Since taking office, he'll address the International Association of Chiefs of Police at McCormick Place. Defense Secretary Mark Esper calls the mission that took down the leader of ISIS a brilliantly executed operation.
The president made a bold decision to launch this raid, and our military service members and our interagency partners executed brilliantly.
Esper on ABC's This Week. Senator Chris Murphy gave credit to President Trump for authorizing the raid.
It's big news. It's important news. It accrues to the benefit of U.S. national security, and I congratulate the entire team that made this possible.
London Mayor Sadiq Khan welcoming the EU's decision this morning to extend the Brexit deadline until the end of January. Meantime, Britain's parliament will consider the prospect of calling a national snap election at today's session. Prime Minister Boris Johnson wants an election on December 12. A disaster declaration now covers all of California.
Let me be precise. Kincaid Fire remains the most stubborn challenge that we face and is immediately of top priority and focus.
The Tick Fire, also north of Los Angeles, has destroyed at least 22 homes. The GM strike is over. 50,000 UAW workers are back on the job. Almost 60% ratified a new 4-year deal. Chicago Public Schools do remain closed today, canceled while teachers walk picket lines. Meantime, the city struck a deal yesterday with the union that represents the district's support staff. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16. Dylan Strom scored twice. Blackhawks took down the Kings 5-1. Bulls take on the Knicks later on tonight. The news service of Allstate. With an Allstate agent, you get a local expert and help in finding the best coverage for you. And because they live in your community, you can always count on them to be there when you need them most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? 6:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher explains why Washington doesn't like the president.
It's way beyond just personality and tweets and temperament. No. This is the one guy who has successfully taken on the machine. The deep state is just on fire.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
No matter how long it's been, when you're back together, you still get that good old-fashioned feeling. Even though you've been apart, it's as though you've never left. That's right. Football season is back.
Reignite your spark right here on the Husky Sports Network.
The Huskies take on the Central Michigan Chippewas this Saturday morning at 11. Don't miss a minute of the action right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
Your product is absolutely amazing. I can't tell you how my life has been changed so completely. I'm just at a loss to describe. I don't know how I could ever tell Dr. Howard and Susan, his dear wife, how much I deeply appreciate all the work they put into this magnificent product. I mean, there's so many things that have improved. And I'm only just beginning.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
6:36, AM 560 Traffic Center time. In for Jim, here's Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Eden, sluggish from Peterson to the junction from Lake Hook 21, outbound 19. Inbound Kennedy, pockets of delays from the extension to Central. Slow again from Ogden into the Circle. O'Hare to downtown, 28 from the junction, 12. Express lanes at 8. Outbound to O'Hare from downtown at 29. Slow from Central to Harlem, heavy from Cumberland to the extension. Inbound Ike, sluggish from Manheim to the east. Thorndale to the post office, 37. Outbound 34. Inbound Stevenson, 55 to Lakeshore Drive at an hour and 10. Heavy from Harlem to the Dan Ryan. Outbound 37. Sluggish from Pulaski to Cicero. Then again from LaGrange to the Tri-State. Inbound Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown. At 18, pockets of delays from 95th to Cermak. Express lanes heavy from Pershing to the Stevenson. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy, spotty drizzle forming by the late afternoon, high near 50. 42 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. No lines at the cafeteria at Earl STEM Academy and the other CPS schools.
I send my kids every day to lunch there for free.
Plenty of time to reflect on life and its meaning in the faculty lounges. Any teachers coming over to do anything other than enjoy the free lunch at the schools at which they teach, or work on their choreography for street theater, like we saw at Bell Elementary last week with the Thriller rendition that was just fantastic.
They were in step. I have to give them that.
No, it's you put the work in.
Right. You do the time, and that's the performance. It shines.
You get
really.
a good outcome. Joseph Okal is a middle school math teacher, after-school chess coach at Earl STEM Academy in Inglewood, and he joins us again. Joseph, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Quinn. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for giving me this chance.
Say hi to Justin.
Good morning. It's great to have you back. We know that you withdrew from union representation a while back, and we know that you're been ostracized for crimes against kids, like starting a chess program at Earl STEM Academy. It's outrageous. But how are you interacting with colleagues at present? Do you see any of your fellow teachers crossing the picket line or anxious to do so?
Yeah, I got a chance to pass by the picket line, and we have had always cordial relationships. In fact, I got them some donuts the other day, and they were.
That's a way to keep it cordial.
Just wanted
that's the way.
Yeah. Just wanted to have this cordial relationship with them. But there are other teachers from other schools, and even from the suburbs, came up with profanities on the public forum, such as the Facebook, and they posted my picture there, calling me the F word, calling me a scab. I think many of them are not aware about the Supreme Court decision that came out in June last year on the Janus case, that paying any money to the union constitutes political speech. So it's a public union. It's a public. We are public employees. So my point is that much as I want to also be fair and pay the fair share fees or the agency fees, that's no longer allowed by the Supreme Court, and it says that while workers can choose whether or not to join the union, unions are legally obligated to bargain for everyone in a particular work group, and this is a teachers' union. So I do not want to be called a scab, but on the other hand, I want my voice, and I believe that the union voice is not my voice. So the union's fight is not my fight. That's what even Janus said,
right?
And I agree with that.
Do other teachers want to join you?
Do
other teachers want to join you and cross the picket line?
There were other teachers who already contacted me and sought my advice, and I said all we need to see is the plight of the kids. That's all. So if you want to be responsible for your students, then I guess the best way is just to be with them.
How do you react? How do you react to what you've seen some of the teachers do that's been reported on? You see them out drinking during the afternoon. You see this what we just mentioned before you joined us. This Thriller routine that a bunch of teachers put together outside of Bell School last week. How do you react to that?
It's really unprofessional, and I just feel sad because this is all about the students. So, I mean, I cannot see the point why we continue to neglect the students, and yet we say that we care for them. I cannot see that point. And as I said earlier, there are other ways to fight. There are other ways to negotiate. But you don't dangle the plight of the kids in the middle of a fight. I mean, we can fight as adults. We can pursue those demands, but to dangle the kids, and I don't see the direct correlation there. I don't even see an indirect correlation there.
Well, are any of the
I just
teachers
feel that we're losing so much for these kids.
I know. Are any of the teachers realizing that the union delegates representing them may not have their best interests at heart? Because I believe that the teachers do want to go back to work. They're sick of this. The ones that I've heard from, they're tired. They want to go back. They don't like not getting paid. Their health insurance runs out at the end of the week. And are the delegates actually listening to them?
I'm hoping that a number of them would see the end of this, the tunnel. The point is that we should consider that funding collective bargaining is highly political if it uses taxpayer money, and when one does not have a choice. And the Supreme Court said that public unions are inherently political and that they would be able to survive even without the collecting the fees from non-members. I'm not a member, so the teachers who are members, they have the choice whether or not to be members, but they're not supposed to be legally bound. The unions are legally obligated to bargain for everyone in a particular work group, and this is a teachers' work group, with or without, even if the teachers, some of the teachers are not members, they are legally obligated. Now they say that I'm trying to be a free rider. They try to piggyback. Again, the Supreme Court had dismissed that argument. The Supreme Court said free riding on a bus headed for a destination that one wishes to reach, it's not that. It's more like a person being shanghaied for an unwanted voyage.
Right. I mean,
so when I joined CPS, I joined as a teacher. I did not join as a union member.
Yeah.
So I was tied up then. When I joined CPS, I was tied. And that's compelled speech.
We understand the Janus decision, and we understand that teachers can opt out the way that you did. Actually, the way that Janus decision reads, it should be everybody should be out and have to opt in. But of course, that's not the way it's being played out with intransigent cities and school districts like Chicago and like CPS with CTU. But there's some fraction of Chicago teachers that are opting out, small fraction. But I want to get to parents, because that's where the pressure can come. I mean, if you lose the parents, then you lose your leverage. It doesn't seem to me that the Chicago Teachers Union, that teachers have lost the parents as much as Amy hopes that they have. I just don't think they have, and I wonder what your interaction with parents at Earl STEM has been, what their perspective is on this strike.
I have had received thank you messages from parents. They said that they feel that there's so much pressure on them because a number of parents are working. These parents are working and they're trying to find ways to support their children. But where do they put the child? The children they need to find ways where they can put their children. If they cannot put them in school, they have to spend something for where they can place their children in order for them to be able to work. However, the schools are open, so that's the point. Where even last Friday, we had about 30 kids there, and the parents were thankful that they'll be able to get to their work. They were able to work, and at the same time, their children are safe, and that's the point. That's what I'm trying to drive at. That we should not sacrifice the parents. We should not sacrifice the children. We can negotiate on some other ways. We can pursue those demands in some other ways.
So are you, since you're not striking, are you still getting paid? And if it's not ended by November 1st, is your health insurance going to be affected?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm hoping that this strike will end soon because the kids are the ones losing here. Actually, if some teachers would like to go on Uber or what just to be able to get some income, but the kids, the losses of the opportunities will never be able to be recovered, and that is so sad.
The loss of opportunity.
Because you're in Inglewood, which is one of the tougher neighborhoods in the city, more violent neighborhoods in the city. I'm sorry to report, but that's a fact. Talk about your chess program again. I want to give you an opportunity to profile this chess program and what you've done with the students at Earl STEM, because it is so remarkable. And we've had you on the show to talk about it before, but I don't think it can be talked about enough, because this is an example that it seems to me should be replicated and scaled system-wide. And it continues to baffle me why it isn't and why there's so much resistance to it. But what you've done with your students at Earl STEM with respect to introducing them to the game of chess and essentially mentoring a bunch of chess champions.
If I recall the 2016, you, Dan, and your friends were able to support us. We won the national championship for the all-girls, and that was 3 weeks after that strike, because I decided to be with my students then, and it was sort of a vindication. And my next challenge at the time was to find some funds for us to be able to go to Washington, D.C., go to the White House, meet the president, be able also to bring the kids to Congress, because we got some sort of recognition from Congress. So it was something that the kids will forever remember. But I thought, if I did not be with those kids, then we would not have made it. And if I heeded the union's call to leave the kids, neglect them, leave the classroom and go out to the streets, we would not have made it. And last school year, we made it to the 4th place, the only CPS school that made it to the nationals, to the national junior high championship. And 3 of my kids won individual trophies, and we won 4th place as a team. And of course, the challenge is always the funding, but money can be found. You can make your appeals, but to make demands as what this union is doing, and to dangle the plight of the kids, and to refuse to be in the classroom, that's something that I cannot also in conscience do as a teacher, because my responsibility is with my students. And that's what my calling is. And even my late parents they were teachers, and they have always said that teaching is now a noble profession, and you don't equate that with money.
It is a noble.
It's not always with money. It's not always with money. It's about the values. You leave something behind, and it's going to be considered a legacy. Leave something behind for the next generations to come.
It is a noble profession. It's just unfortunate not everybody in the profession is noble. You certainly are. Joseph O'Call, middle school math teacher, after-school chess coach, Earl STEM Academy in Inglewood. Joseph, thanks for joining us again. Hopefully your kids will come back and be getting the math instruction and chess instruction they need and want very soon. Appreciate your time as always.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, everyone.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The American Dream Amusement Park and Mall opens in New Jersey. More corporate earnings reports this week, and global insurance companies facing more cyber attacks. Those stories next.
Hi, this is Dennis Prager, and again, the Prager Store has put together something new. They have compiled every male-female hour since 2010. We've had topics and calls about marriage, kids, dating, intimacy, fidelity, the truths about what a woman needs, what a man needs. Also includes every segment with my friend and relationship expert, Allison Armstrong. I've done this segment for years. Now you can listen to all of them dating back to 2010. These hours have literally saved marriages. I wish I could read to you all the emails I have received and what people tell me at every speech. The couple will come over with a smile and thank me for what the male-female hour has done for their marriage. Or even gotten people to get married to begin with. For a limited time, the complete collection, 10 years of the Male-Female Hour, 50% off. Available on flash drives or as a download. Go to PragerStore.com.
This was the first weekend for the new massive American Dream Mall and Entertainment Complex built in New Jersey. The just-opened mall hopes to buck the online shopping trend. It's the second largest mall in the country, 3 million square feet of retail space and an indoor water park to boot. The entire mall will not be fully open or operational for several months yet. Investors are hoping to continue the rally that Wall Street saw last week. More corporate financial reports will roll out this week. Among the third-quarter earnings reports set to be released, Pfizer, General Motors, and Apple. Global insurance companies that cover costs of cyber attacks say they're feeling the strain of the unending cyber attacks as financial claims are rising from major businesses who are under attack almost nonstop, but also from an increasing number of small businesses. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Sheet metal is a big part of commercial and industrial facilities. Look around your business and you'll quickly notice how many components use sheet metal. From fan systems and hoods to machinery guards and much more. For top quality sheet metal work, get to know the pros at Vans Industrial.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, owner of Vans Industrial. Vans Industrial is an industrial sheet metal contractor that can fabricate all types of alloys up to 1-inch plate. We perform jobs including chutes, hoppers, stacks, siding, and dust collection. We work in material handling facilities including steel, chemical, agricultural, food processing plants, and more. Vans Industrial can also design and perform the engineering for a complete turnkey installation. Our quality work is installed by trained mechanics who will work closely with you to make sure the job is done right.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level. Call 833-VANS-IND. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
Impact Mortgage Corp. DBA Cash Call Mortgage. NMLS 128231. Equal housing lender. Not licensed in all states including New York. Offer not available in Washington. Call 855-657-9910 for licensing terms and restrictions.
Attention homeowners! Dreaming about that home improvement project? With a strong housing market, chances are your home's value has gone up. And with a 15-year fixed interest rate of just 2.75% with a 3.005% APR, a cash-out refinance from Cash Call Mortgage could lower your interest rate and give you the cash you need for those home improvements. At Cash Call Mortgage, we're a direct lender and we can close your refi in as fast as 20 days with no upfront deposit. If you qualify, we'll even pay your closing cost. Whether it's for home improvements, getting rid of debt, or just putting away extra money for that inevitable rainy day, Cash Call Mortgage could mean achieving two great financial moves with just one call. The cash you need now and a lower interest rate. For a free quote to see if you qualify, call Cash Call Mortgage at 800-990-6947. That's 800-990-6947. 800-990-6947.
Hey everyone, Ken here. For 2 years now, you've heard Carrie and I use metaphors to test to see if you think your home or your business could use a revenue shot in the backside. Today, because of our new website, I can be a little bit more direct. Income Store has 2 doors. If you have more time than money, you're going to live under door number 1. You're going to see over 400 digital assets, 5 to 20 minutes apiece, that'll teach you how to manage numbers and lead people, or show you 6 growth tips you've never heard of. All of this so you can start growing your home or your business revenue literally immediately. If you have more money than time, door number 2 is going to be for you. You can view some of our managed services, look for more done-for-you packages. 34% of Americans in 2018 visited one of our managed services. Forbes 3 years in a row quoted, "Income Store is an expert at generating home or business revenue." If you'd love to explore how to check out adding revenue to your home or business, just go to incomestore.com. That's incomestore.com.
Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules contain 100% vine-ripened fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind, and are the most effective whole food supplements on the market today. Fruits and vegetables are on an average 85% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. We don't use any heat, air, or light drying methods that damage nutrients. Our cold vacuum technology maintains 99% of the fresh fruits and vegetables' original nutritional value. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
This is attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Al-Baghdadi is dead and the American economy is live. Trump-Pence 2020. We'll discuss with Jim Carafano, Heritage Foundation, at 7:07.
And all those social justice warrior groups are having separate protests. It's going to be nasty in the city today. We'll discuss. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
The president visiting Chicago today as classes are still canceled as the Chicago teachers strike remains unresolved. Bears miss a field goal and fall to the Chargers. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Democrats support the mission, but oppose being left out. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
It was certainly an appropriate mission to green light. And so in that regard, the president made the right decision.
Congressman Hakeem Jeffries on NBC's Meet the Press reacting to the U.S. operation to kill the leader of ISIS in Syria. But House Speaker Nancy Pelosi put out a statement upset that Democrats did not get a heads up. But some Republicans did. So did Russia, Turkey, Iraq, and Syria. President Trump worried that Democrats might have leaked info about the mission. Fox's John Decker is live at the White House.
President Trump relishing the death of ISIS founder Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who was killed by Special Operations Forces in what the president called a dangerous and daring nighttime operation in northwest Syria.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place.
U.S. Special Ops began their assault on a military compound, culminating in a retreat by Baghdadi into an underground hideaway. There, in a dead-end tunnel, the president said the militant leader detonated an explosive vest, killing himself and 3 of his children. Dave?
John, a new wildfire near Los Angeles has prompted evacuations early this morning, while nearly 200,000 people in Sonoma County remain out of their homes, threatened by a fire that's burned down 94 structures so far.
More than 3,000 firefighters are hoping today's better weather will help them get the upper hand, but it is not over yet. Strong winds are expected to move back into the area tomorrow night, and we could see another round of these forced blackouts.
That's Fox's Claudia Count in Santa Rosa. A Democrat from California has resigned from Congress. Katie Hill, who's under a House ethics investigation over relationships with a male and a female staffer. Hill also called herself a victim of a smear campaign. John Conyers, who resigned from Congress over sexual misconduct allegations 2 years ago, has died. A Democrat who spent 52 years in Congress. Conyers is credited with getting the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday in place. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are mostly clear. We have 42 degrees. That's 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. President Trump makes his first visit to Chicago as Commander-in-Chief today. He'll address the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Chicago public school classes remain canceled today while the talks between the city and teachers union continue. Meantime, the city has struck a tentative deal with the union that represents the district's support staff. Elmhurst College will be closed today after a new vandalism incident was reported yesterday. Elmhurst police are investigating an incident of graffiti discovered late last night in a woman's restroom stall in the A.C. Bueller Library. Last week, threatening messages were reportedly found on campus, but the school at that point decided to remain open upon further investigation. Police say they're conducting a death investigation after a man's body washed on shore at Montrose Harbor. The body found yesterday afternoon, one day after another man's body was found at Kathy Osterman Beach, almost 2 miles north of Montrose Harbor. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16 at home. Dylan Strom scored twice, Blackhawks beat the Kings 5-1. On the hardwood, Bulls take on the Knicks later on tonight. The news service of Panera Bread. At Panera, get breakfast that's fast, not fast food. Try a new Chipotle chicken scrambled egg and avocado breakfast wrap and pair it with a premium, freshly ground, freshly brewed coffee, all ready to go with the push of a button. Panera, food as it should be. 7:03 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Tickets for Freedom Summit 2019 sold out in record time in response to the high demand. We've opened up an overflow room for attendees to watch the event on Saturday, November 2nd at the Westin Chicago Northwest. Overflow tickets are on sale now, but are selling fast. Get yours at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Woodland Windows and Doors, Automated Systems Incorporated, Joe Cotton Ford, HealthInsuranceMentors.com, and by Crown Weedy Roofing.
When it comes to keeping your small business's valuable information safe, Dell Small Business Technology Advisors can recommend tailored security solutions like servers, storage, networking. Plus, right now, get up to 45% off select business computers with Intel Core processors. Running your own small business is a big challenge, but with the right partner, it's a lot easier. To speak with an advisor today, call 877-BUY-DELL. That's 877-BUY-DELL.
I'm Dr. Bob Arnott, and I treat pain with Salonpas. Before you take anything for back or joint pain, I recommend applying topical pain relievers first, like Salonpas Lidocaine Patch. Salonpas Lidocaine contains the maximum strength lidocaine available without a prescription. It blocks pain receptors, providing effective, long-lasting, and non-addictive relief. Also available in roll-on or cream. Look for the silver Salonpas box in the pain relief aisle. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting TOP to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 LASIK surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago. And we're offering 20% off our already low-cost services.
What's that text again?
Text TOP to 350350. That's TOP to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
If your little princess puts a pony on her wish list, check eBay. You'll find toy ponies, stick ponies,
Mommy's little cowgirl, look at you!
movies with ponies. Check eBay and you'll always find an unmatched selection at a price you'll love.
7:06 and a check on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. In for Jim, here's Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Eden's heavy from Nell Center to the junction from Lake Hook 27 outbound 22. Inbound Kennedy brake lights from Cumberland to the junction. Sluggish from Irving into the Circle. O'Hare to downtown 43. From the junction 21, Express Lane 17 outbound 2 O'Hare from downtown 47. Slow from Chicago to Irving. Heavy from Lawrence to the extension. Inbound Ike stop and go from Manheim into the Circle. Thorndale to the post office an hour and 2 outbound 50. Heavy from Pulaski to before Harlem. Inbound Stevenson, brake lights from Harlem to the Dan Ryan due to a crash now off to the left shoulder. 55 to Lakeshore Drive an hour from the Tri-State 51. Outbound 235 from Lakeshore Drive 43, slow from Western to Cicero. Inbound Dan Ryan, pockets of delays from 95th into the Circle. 95th to downtown 21, outbound 15. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Mostly cloudy, some drizzle by this afternoon. The high today at 50. Cloudy with a shower this evening, followed by some rain late tonight, low 37. A shower early tomorrow morning. It'll be a chilly day. Clouds will give way to some sun, the high 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Make sure to check out the Income Store live video stream of today's show right now at 560theanswer.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He was the founder and leader of ISIS, the most ruthless and violent terror organization anywhere in the world. The United States has been searching for Baghdadi for many years. Capturing or killing Baghdadi has been the top national security priority of my administration. U.S. Special Operations Forces executed a dangerous and daring nighttime raid in northwestern Syria and accomplished their mission in grand style. He was a sick and depraved man, and now he's gone. Last night was a great night for the United States and for the world. A brutal killer, one who has caused so much hardship and death, has violently been eliminated. He will never again harm another innocent man, woman, or child. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place.
Of course, that's President Trump over the weekend announcing the raid that took out al-Baghdadi, the terrorist-in-chief of ISIS. Also, reports that a spokesman for ISIS was also killed over the weekend in a CIA-derived operation. Robert O'Brien, National Security Advisor for President Trump, was on Meet the Press with Chuck Todd, who he graciously endured. He had this to say about the importance of getting al-Baghdadi.
Look, I think today's a great day for the United States of America and a great day for the world. This was the #1 wanted person in the world. He's a brutal, vicious terrorist. Killed many people. The president went into detail. We can talk some more about that. But it's also important for the world to know that the United States has a long reach, and the men and women of our armed services executed this mission flawlessly, took him down, and his colleagues that are still alive should be worried.
And one of the notes of caution from those less inclined to be supportive of the Trump administration, the clap on, clap off Jim Clappers of the world, the Mike Morrell, former Obama deputy CIA chief, and Democrat members of Congress who weren't informed about the raid until after the fact. Judicious decision, in my estimation, by President Trump. But this doesn't mean that the fight against radical Islamic terrorism generally is over, or with ISIS specifically. And we know, says Robert O'Brien.
Look, we're looking for ISIS wherever it might reemerge. This was a huge win for the president. The president came into office. He was given a plate of foreign policy challenges that were probably more difficult for any president coming into office than any president since Truman, who took office during the Second World War. And he's defeated with respect to ISIS, he defeated the physical caliphate, which was the size of Great Britain. We've now taken out the leader of the caliphate. I mean, I can tell you it was great news last night at 7:15 local time. We were in the Situation Room, and the commander of the mission called and said, 100% confidence, jackpot.
Mike,
and President Trump wasn't wearing a members-only jacket. Remember that? When Obama looked like so small and diminutive sitting there, and there were men around him wearing suits and generals wearing, their uniforms. It was strange. It was a different look.
Vice President Pence was on Face the Nation, also Fox News Sunday, but this is a clip from Face the Nation, speaking not just as the Vice President of the United States, but also as the father of a Marine.
As the father of a United States Marine, I couldn't be more grateful that we have a commander-in-chief that is always asking about whether or not American forces have to be in harm's way.
So
and if they're not on the mission, they weren't on the mission. ISIS, the caliphate, had been destroyed. So the president said, we'll bring them home. But last night, the president of the United States proved to the world that our fight against ISIS is unrelenting. And by killing the leader of ISIS, the active operational leader of ISIS, who it was reported just 2 weeks ago was giving orders to ISIS fighters in Syria. We believe we'll have a measurable impact on the effectiveness of that terrorist organization, but we're not going to let up. We're not going to stop the fight. and at the same time, we're going to continue to work with our allies to establish that safe zone between Kurdish Syria and Turkey that the president had myself and Secretary of State Pompeo negotiate in Ankara just a week ago.
For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Carafano, the Vice President of the Catherine Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for International Studies at the Heritage Foundation, also the author of books including Wiki at War and Private Sector Public Wars. Jim, thanks for joining us.
Hey, great to be with you.
How important was taking out al-Baghdadi?
Well, I do think the vice president had an interesting point. Bin Laden was kind of semi-retired when the strike that took him out in Pakistan. Baghdadi had remained the operational leader of ISIS, and Al-Qaeda was a less structured organization than ISIS was. And when you take out leadership in a functional structure, it does have a more degrading effect. So I would say on balance, it was operationally fairly significant, probably more important even psychologically, because remember, ISIS did the one thing that Al-Qaeda never dared to do. They declared the establishment of the caliphate. This, in a sense, was a historical mission. The notion that the historical caliphate had returned, and Baghdadi had called himself a caliph, which was incredibly significant. Mm-hmm. And in a part of the world where honor is really power, to essentially lose your caliphate after declaring that the historical end of times had arrived, and then have the caliph die, in an embarrassingly weak way at the hands of the enemy, that's a psychological blow that I think is pretty powerful as well.
Do you think President Trump was too braggadocious or even too graphic or revealed too many details during that Sunday morning announcement?
I don't know what metric we have to measure that against. I mean, you often hear this thing, well, you kill these people and it just incites them and they take revenge. Actually, the empirical literature doesn't really provide evidence to suggest that. A weakened group has less capability. That's just the reality. And when you take out their leaders and you give them devastating blows, they actually tend to get weaker. They tend not to kind of rebound like Rocky in round 8.
So nice reference.
Yes, very good.
Graham Wood over at The Atlantic had an interesting piece on this. Now, of course, he wrote this piece 4 years ago, What ISIS Really Wants, that was really a fascinating, in-depth piece. He terms Baghdadi's demise as his final humiliation. He makes the point that where Baghdadi was found is interesting because it's deep in what is considered enemy territory for ISIS. The dominant force in the northwestern Syrian town in which he was located is not ISIS, but HTS, which is an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, and sort of suggests that, after, as you were kind of walking down that road, after having between 440 to 100,000 square miles of territory that they reigned over, to what had happened to the caliphate, to then, of course, where he's found, that he was marginalized at the point in which our troops encountered him over the weekend.
Well, I think that's a fair statement. I mean, clearly he was on the run. Whether he was based out of there or transiting through there, I don't know. You can't really tell from the reports. But, clearly that was not, we heard these kind of comments over the weekend that because we took a couple hundred forces out of northwest Syria that the caliphate was going to spring back to life. No evidence for that. And clearly this doesn't suggest that was the case.
But we still have some troops protecting this oil field, and I just wanted you to hear President Trump yesterday when asked that question.
But we are leaving soldiers to secure the oil. Now, we may have to fight for the oil. That's okay. Maybe somebody else wants the oil, in which case they have a hell of a fight. But there's massive amounts of oil, and we're securing it for a couple of reasons. Number one, it stops ISIS because ISIS got tremendous wealth from that oil. We have taken it. It's secured. Number two, and again, somebody else may claim it, but either we'll negotiate a deal with whoever's claiming it if we think it's fair, or we will militarily stop them very quickly.
And he went on to say that we should be able to take some also, and what I intend to do perhaps is make a deal with ExxonMobil or one of our great companies to go in there and do it properly. Is that, What is
well, I'm
doing?
not sure anybody's going to want to move into the middle of a war zone and start doing. But I think the president hit on a key point, which is the oil is definitely a center of gravity. It was. ISIS made tremendous amount of money selling oil on the black market. Assad would love to get a hold of those fields. It would be great to fill his coffers with money. So, this is like controlling the spice. He who controls the spice controls the universe. So he controls the access to that oil. That is definitely leverage in kind of future negotiations. So I think the other thing that we're worth pointing out is whether it is having continued influence over the Syrian oil fields or this raid, the U.S. doesn't need to have a big military footprint on the ground in Syria to be able to continue to influence the actors in Syria or to be able to do really key counterterrorism operations. And I think that's kind of a lesson that we learned over the weekend as well.
And with respect to the oil, Robert O'Brien, again on Meet the Press, addressed that as well, suggesting that some deal would have to be worked out. And the thought is that, at least as part of that deal, some of the wealth associated with that oil would be reserved for the Kurds.
Well, that would obviously be key to the Kurds. I think, again, another thing that was kind of not well explained over the weekend is this was kind of portrayed as kind of ethnic cleansing, and the Kurds are being pushed into the sea or something, which again is not true. The large Kurdish area is kind of still there. Turkey took a strip that's about 32 miles wide along the border, and so the Kurds are still a viable group in Syria, and if they have access to oil revenue, that would really strengthen them. So I think between holding out the promise that the Kurds have potential source of revenue, and the fact that they still hold most of their territory, and the fact that the U.S. negotiated a ceasefire between Turkey and the Kurds, and the fact that the U.S. and the Kurds, who also helped in this operation, are continuing to do counterterrorism operation, again suggests that what we're doing in Syria is somewhere between abandoning it, which was kind of the narrative and criticism over the last couple of weeks, and trying to remake the nation, because we're not going to end the civil war. We can't do that. But what the U.S. appears to be, just analyzing the policy the last few weeks, is they're holding on to key levers that really enable the United States to continue to look after things which are of vital interest to us. And again, it's actually in some ways arguably going to be more sustainable for the Kurds, not just the fact that they're not at war with the Turks, but again, if they have the oil revenue and if their area is secure and they have a deal with the Turks, that actually gives them leverage in any kind of future political settlement. If it does get to that at some point Assad and the Russians and everybody want to come to the table and negotiate some kind of power sharing deal.
Mark Stein writing on this topic, interesting take, and of course a bit of acerbic as well, but just on the substance of it. He suggests that when Trump took office, many people thought it just would mean a restoration of a Bush-style war on terror, but Trump grasped a simple truth that evades even some of his Republican allies, especially, and of course his Republican critics. There are no takers for ineffectual warmongering. Show of force warmongering. And he then comments specifically on what Trump has done to ISIS in the last 2.5 years. Stein writes, when he took the oath of office, the Islamic State was a nascent Saudi Arabia, blood-soaked and oil-rich, and merely awaiting diplomatic recognition. Okay, Stein. Month by month, he shrunk it and reduced it from a caliphate back to a terrorist group, but without committing vast numbers of American infantrymen. Low-key shock and awe. That culminated this weekend with the raid on al-Baghdadi. Is that a fair assessment of what he inherited and what he's methodically done over 2.5 years?
I think so, and it's also worth pointing out that they often talk about, well, Trump wants to pull out of Afghanistan, but the president is committed to retaining a footprint in Afghanistan, and it's relatively modest, probably less than 10,000 soldiers, but I think it's proven to be a level that's sustainable and a level that allows us to continue to conduct counterterrorism operations in South Asia. I often point out the difference between Syria and Afghanistan is that in the Middle East, we have a footprint where we can get at people, and I think that if nothing else, the raid this weekend demonstrated that. and really conduct operations. We can conduct counterterrorism operations essentially from northwest Syria all the way to Somalia if we need to go after high-value targets and work with people on the ground. In South Asia, Afghanistan is the same thing. If we're not in Afghanistan, we're not in the game in South Asia in terms of counterterrorism operations. That's why I think that keeping the footprint there is different from the footprint in Syria.
Do you care about the coverage of this from the press corps? I mean, you have to care, obviously, what presidents and administration personnel say. So when President Obama called ISIS the JV team, that matters because it's an indication of what kind of threat assessment he is working under. But the Washington Post in particular is getting a lot of heat. Chuck Todd is getting a lot of heat for me for sort of forcing this through a domestic political prism and also soft pedaling who Baghdadi was in the case of Washington Post.
No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, the reality is Americans, by and large, trust their president to take care of foreign policy. Their lives don't turn on events like this. The people that love him, they're going to support him. The people that hate him, he could take the devil out of hell. They wouldn't vote for him. Mm-hmm. The people in the middle, by and large, we're going to Walmart. We're looking at our IRA account. We're looking at the paycheck this month. But we're really that's what we're processing about whether we want to support our president or not. So, and the other thing is look, November is so far away for most voters. This will be ancient history by the time that rolls around.
He is Lieutenant Colonel Jim Carafano, Vice President of the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for International Studies at the Heritage Foundation. Jim, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
You love listening to AM 560, The Answer. How would you like to work for us? If you have experience in sales, we'd love to talk to you. You already understand our mission and what we do, so now maybe you'd like to join our team. If you have sales experience, and specifically if you understand digital marketing, we might have a job for you. If you love us, come join us. It could be a life-changing opportunity for you. For more information, just go to the Careers tab at salemmedia.com.
Hey, take control of your income and your future. I'm talking about Online Trading Academy. They are the leader in trading and investing education with courses offered throughout Chicagoland, including East Peoria, Valparaiso, and Lombard. With Online Trading Academy, you can learn about ways to generate income and protect your retirement. Hey, I signed up for a free class at the Lombard location. I was very impressed by what I experienced. I learned a lot about the markets and how to trade, and the instructor, incredibly knowledgeable, but he was personable. He was funny. He actually does stand-up comedy on the weekends at Second City. And I have to tell you, after my experience, I really recommend that you give it a try. Sign up for the free introduction class, and I'm sure you'll walk away with a new understanding of trading the markets. And hey, why let somebody else make money off of your retirement? Make that money for yourself. Call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132 to attend and get 2 free passes to their next class so you can try it for yourself. And if you call right now, well, they'll send you home with their Professionals Insider Kit. It's full of exclusive investing courses from some of the best lessons from the pros. Seats go quickly, my friends, so call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132, or visit them online at otaclass.com.
National competition for your business is eating away at your customer base.
Like digital marketing minions swallowing your customers one by one.
You need Salem Surround. When a customer does a search, they need to find your business, not the competition. Your contact information needs to be accurate and all over the web. You need the right tools to turn visitors into leads. Contact Salem Surround for a free evaluation of your digital presence. Learn more at surroundchicago.com. SurroundChicago.com, connecting you with new customers.
Hey, believe it or not, the calendar says October, and yes, it is fall. We're almost toward the end of fall. Oh, my gosh. Halloween is this Thursday. Oh, Dan, what are you going to be for Halloween? Dan? Uh-oh.
I don't dress up for Halloween.
Oh, you're so party boober. You can dress up as a Thriller character and go dance with a bell, striking teachers, and do your little Thriller dance, okay?
I think if it involved CTU, it would be more like we do a slasher movie reenactment.
Well, if any of you are feeling your energy level fall, maybe you're having trouble sleeping, or maybe you have seasonal allergies, here's what we do know. You are not getting enough fruits and veggies in your diet. Pumpkin spice doesn't count as a vegetable, folks, so it's time to get healthy before the holiday season begins. Do what I started doing, and that's take Balance of Nature. In fact, Peyton and Eli last night, Dan, were fighting over the last few capsules we have of Balance of Nature, and guess who won that fight? The bigger one. In just 6 capsules of Balance of Nature, you're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. You hear the stories right here on this station about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And the next story could be yours, but you've got to order Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount and free shipping, and this offer could end at any time, so call now to start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. Be sure to ask about Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Use discount code Chicago, too, or go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, just punctuating our discussion with Jim Carafano with some of the coverage I mentioned in our discussion with him. Saturday Night Live, hysterical. Aren't they so creative?
Oh, they're so funny. And with Chance the Rapper wearing a CTU T-shirt. Ugh.
The cold open was Alec Baldwin as Trump at a Trump rally. Pete Davidson, comes up to heap praise on Trump.
Oh, so great to see a young Trump supporter.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
And where are you from, son? New Mexico?
ISIS. Yeah, I was a prisoner in Syria until last week when you freed me. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing jobs back to ISIS. And I promise that I will make ISIS great again. Woo!
Terrific. What a great guy. ISIS is back in a big, big way, folks. And we love that, don't we? Okay.
Real
and
side splitter.
during that time we were killing the ISIS head leader.
And that didn't stop Weekend Update from offering this.
He tweeted just an hour ago, which was, something very big has just happened. With no further explanation, which with Trump could either mean we just invaded Mexico or the McRib is back.
You know what the key to comedy is, Amy? Timing. Great comedic timing from SNL.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The radicalization of the Democrats as it relates to our ally in the Middle East, Israel, and newfound concerns about some of our enemies. We'll talk to Robert Cherry, professor of economics at Brooklyn College, about that at 7:37.
And we will get to it. We will tell you what to expect with all these social warrior justice groups protesting downtown and areas you should avoid. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
42 degrees, mostly cloudy skies at the moment. California's governor declaring a statewide emergency because of growing wildfires there that have burned nearly 200,000 acres. The Kincaid Fire is in Northern California's wine country. Erin Staus of Santa Rosa lost her home in the fire that roared through Coffey Park in October of 2017 and has been evacuated again.
Pretty triggering. Anytime that there's any kind of warm wind is kind of, a little upsetting to my family and I, but this for sure is just crazy familiar, and we're just over it.
And this morning there's a new brush fire burning in L.A. that is burning land near the Getty Center Museum and Mount St. Mary's College. Vice President Mike Pence says the death of ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is a great day for the U.S.
It's a tribute to the courage of our armed forces, special forces that executed the raid on the compound, but it's also a tribute to the decisiveness of President Donald Trump.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, a congresswoman is resigning from the Democrat Party and Congress. Representative Katie Hill leaving Congress after House Ethics Committees opened up investigations into allegations she was romantically linked to a member of her staff. An Iowa woman is dead after an explosion at a gender reveal party. A 56-year-old woman was fatally injured at a party in Knoxville, southeast of Des Moines, on Saturday. Chicago public school classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue. Elmhurst College will be closed today after a new vandalism incident was reported on Sunday. Elmhurst police are investigating an incident of graffiti discovered around 10 p.m. in a woman's restroom stall. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16. Blackhawks beat the Kings 5-1. Bulls and Knicks will tangle later tonight. The news, a service of Panera Bread. At Panera, get breakfast that's fast, not fast food. Try a new Chipotle chicken scrambled egg and avocado breakfast wrap and pair it with a premium, freshly ground, freshly brewed coffee, all ready to go with the push of a button. Panera, food as it should be. 7:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media wants to divide Americans into neat little groups, and they want you to believe that everyone in each of those groups thinks alike. John Anthony and Charles Love are here to blow up that lie. Join them for Black and Right this Saturday at 1 p.m. when they expose the lies of the media and the hypocrisy of the left and have fun doing it. It's Black and Right this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Dr. Mike Andriano of Trinity Holistic Health Center. We live in interesting times. The world seems to make less sense every year. More adults and children struggle with anxiety and sleep issues. Over the past couple years, more than half of the clients coming into my office report poor sleep or problems with anxiety. Those who suffer with these issues know that they impact every aspect of their life and seem like torture. Both issues are signs of deeper health problems. Inflammation drives a process that causes anxiety and poor sleep. Anti-inflammatory diets, herbs, and even medications don't address the root cause of inflammation, but we do. My practice at Trinity Holistic Health Center concentrates on finding and fixing the root cause of your health problem, not just covering up the symptoms.
If this sounds like you, go to lifedoc.am or call 1-833-LIFEDOC and learn how you can get help to end your anxiety and get a restful night's sleep once and for all. That's lifedoc.am. Or call 1-833-LIFE-DOC.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you gotta say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you. 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta. 800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
7:36 AM 560 traffic center time. In for Jim. Here's Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Edens, heavy from Peterson to the junction from Lake Hook 24, outbound 30, slow from the junction to Niles Center, then again from Dempster to Gulf. Inbound Kennedy, heavy from Canfield into the Circle O'Hare to downtown 52 from the junction 26. Express lanes at 25. The feeder ramp is slow outbound to the junction from downtown 26 to O'Hare 51, heavy from Division to the extension. Inbound Ike stop and go from Manheim into the Circle. Thorndale to the post office an hour and 2. Outbound 50, heavy from Pulaski to before Harlem. Slow from First to Manheim. Inbound Stevenson. Stop and go from Harlem to the Dan Ryan. 55 to Lakeshore Drive an hour. Outbound 42. Slow from Ashland to Cicero, inbound Dan Ryan. Heavy from the Stevenson to the Circle, 95th to downtown 25. Express lanes delayed from 35th to the Stevenson. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy this morning, spotty drizzle by late in the afternoon, high near 50. 37 overnight. 42 right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
see Michelle Malkin, Sean Hannity, and Laura Logan at Freedom Summit 2019. Tickets on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I just have to go back to this for a minute because Chuck Todd shouldn't be able to get away with this, and I haven't seen anybody else point it out. Chuck Todd interviewing NSA Robert O'Brien on Sunday, yesterday, obviously about the raid that led to the killing or led to al-Baghdadi's commission of suicide. Listen to the question that Chuck Todd asks relative to the parties that President Trump thanked in his statement for cooperating with the U.S. and enabling this raid to be successful.
The president said that there were a number of folks that helped. He thanked Russia first. He thanked the Kurds last. Should we read into that?
No, I don't think you should read into that. I think what the president talked about is that it was a very dangerous mission for our troops, and the president made a courageous decision to send them far into enemy territory at night, a long-range helicopter raid. It was a courageous decision of the president, but it was incredible bravery and skill of our men and women in the armed forces and the intelligence community that executed the mission flawlessly. But they had to fly over areas where there's significant anti-aircraft capability, the Syrians, the Russians, the Turks, others. So I think we appreciated the fact that our helicopters and our planes weren't molested. The Kurds played an important role in the operation, and we're grateful for the Kurds and for the SDF and our allies there.
And
that wasn't enough.
He tried it again.
He did it again.
He tried to force his Russian conspiracy into the conversation, and NSA O'Brien, in a dignified manner, swatted it back a second time.
Let me just make it very clear. Russia is not an ally of the United States. The president doesn't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think there's
first country he thanked today.
Look, there are times when our interest overlaps with the interests of Russia. Last night it overlapped. We didn't want Russian air defense missiles being shot at our men and women who were executing this raid. And so last night, and they don't like ISIS, as the president pointed out. Last night, our interest overlapped with Russia. When our interest overlapped with Russia, there's no reason we shouldn't work with them. Russia is not an ally of the United States, and look, Russia presents a great danger to the United States, and something we keep an eye on every single day.
And when Chuck Todd interjected, first country he mentioned, the second time, well, what's that phrase that Bobby O'Rourke likes to use? Oh, yeah. He had a Shiite-eating smirk on his face, did Chuck Todd, the conspiracy theorist, amateur conspiracy theorist who hosts Meet the Press.
No, you said he's similar to Alex Jones, but on the left, which he is.
What's the difference other than tone and mannerism? The Mueller investigation report is irrelevant to Chuck Todd. The substantive actions that the president has taken, the administration has taken with respect to sanctions against Russia is irrelevant. Some of Trump's, I would say, unfortunate rhetoric in the direction of Putin, as well as many other despots, Little Rocket Man, off and on again, as well as President Xi. Yeah, I get it. He doesn't approach despots the way that everybody would like him to rhetorically. But substantively, and you're still trying to implicitly insinuate this Russian conspiracy theory into a conversation about this successful raid that took out the ISIS's terrorist in chief. It's shameful. Chuck Todd is shameful. Honestly, I don't know why anybody.
I don't know how he got that job.
Who considers themselves credible goes on that show. For more on this topic, the general topic of the region, including the opportunity Benny Gantz now has to form a government in Israel after Bibi Netanyahu was unable to. We're pleased to be joined again by Robert Cherry, who's a professor of economics at Brooklyn College. Professor Cherry, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, and it was an interesting segue.
Well,
my thoughts.
yes. Well, I mean, I won't compel you to comment on that, but just because of the importance of dealing with radical Islamic terror in the region, how did you receive the news this weekend that Baghdadi had been killed?
Well, I think it was very uplifting, and also it signaled that to some degree Trump is being strategic about where he's going to invest American lives and resources. he'll invest them in places that are strategic, which I think one of those places is Israel. It's certainly the oil fields and the Saudis, but I also think it's Israel. So that's what struck me about the last 2 weeks is he's not walking away from the region. He's walking away from things that he believes are just a waste of money and sometimes lives.
I think that's a pretty good distinction. And you wrote a piece for National Review on Benny Gantz and the prospects of forming a government. Give us your handle on what you think the chances are for Benny Gantz to be the next prime minister.
I have no way of knowing.
Okay. Well, do it another way. What would it mean if he was?
Well, I think there's a good chance in the sense that even if it would be a short-term government where he implicitly would be backed by the Joint List and Lieberman, all they need is a short-term government to get rid of Netanyahu. So, that's my hope that Lieberman will agree that there can be this minority government which has the Joint List and him supportive of it, and it could last 3 months, etc. But Netanyahu would be gone, and then there could be a real discussion of what kind of a unity government could ensue. But I think that's my wishful thinking. And as I wrote in my article, I think the key thing to glean from the last election and the dynamics since is that the Arab community in Israel is much more interested, overwhelmingly, in bettering their improving situation in Israel than issues about what goes on in the West Bank and Gaza. So that's what I took from the election, and that's what I wrote up about in my National Review article.
Do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu has overstayed his welcome? Do you see what is his future?
Well, there's no question he's overstated the majority of the Israeli public, including a lot of people who voted for Likud, would like to see him gone. It isn't like the core of Likud is committed to the religious parties or to the National Rights Party, which split from Likud. And so they would be enthralled if there was a government between Likud minus Netanyahu and Gantz. And ultimately that's going to happen, whether it's going to take another election or Netanyahu's indictment. He's really gone as leader. And in fact, if there was a vote of Likud, which at one point he thought would help him, but then he realized he wasn't going to win that vote. So I think there's a time limit on his being around.
As you look at the upcoming election here, 2020, how concerned are you about what Caroline Glick describes as the radicalization of the Democrat Party against Israel? She notes that, for example, not one of the Democratic presidential candidates opted to attend the AIPAC conference in March. 5 of them are participating in an upcoming J Street conference, which is J Street funded by George Soros, not exactly a proponent of American-Israeli relations. She also suggests that a couple of things here. She had she makes mention of 2 top Democrat presidential candidates, Warren and Buttigieg, indicated they support U.S. military aid to Israel as a means to coerce the government of Israel into, as Glick describes it, denying the property rights of Israeli Jews in Judea, Samaria, and unified Jerusalem. And so the posture towards AIPAC versus J Street and some of these specific policy positions that are being taken by some leading Democrat candidates she suggests don't bode well for American-Israeli relations if Trump is defeated in 2020. Is that your assessment as well?
I think there's room to worry about that this time they might carry out some of that rhetoric. And, from my perspective, they're just blinded by not seeing what Israel, what the government is doing to better the lives of Arabs in its own jurisdiction. What goes on in the West Bank is kind of complicated because you still have armed resistance. And it's unfortunate, but you get 30 or 40,000 Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem are killed by Israeli forces each year. Now, some of them have guns in their hands, but some of them just have rocks. So that's unfortunate, but it is a military situation. What goes on in Israel proper is how you can judge the Israeli government's attitude towards Arabs, and it's so positive what's happened in the last decade through affirmative action programs. I mean, the Arabs realize it. They're proud to be Israeli citizens in the majority. They want to be in the government. They have high-tech jobs. They, in numbers consistent with their population. They have teaching jobs in Jewish schools. They've really been substantially integrated into Israel, where only 15% of them look at themselves as Palestinian. Half of them think of themselves as Israeli Arabs. So, there's a reality there that the American left is just blinded to because they just have decided that the Palestinians are a victimized population and therefore have to be unequivocally supported. It's pretty depressing because they ignore facts on the ground. So that's my view.
He is Professor Robert Cherry. He's an economics professor at Brooklyn College. His piece in NRO, Understanding the Momentous Decision of Israel's Arab Joint List, I'll tweet out for your perusal as well. Professor Cherry, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, and take care.
You too.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Your product is absolutely amazing. I can't tell you how my life has been changed so completely. I'm just at a loss to describe. I don't know how I could ever tell Dr. Howard and Susan, his dear wife, how much I deeply appreciate all the work they put into this magnificent product. I mean, there's so many things that have improved, and I'm only just beginning.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
My Pillow, guess what is coming our way? They have new products, a new line of towels at mypillow.com. Check it out for yourself. Again, I have an order on the way, and I will let you know how it is, but I'm sure it will be perfect because their other products are too, and that is why we have so many customers, and that is why Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to the listeners and offer deep discounts on all MyPillow products. Go to mypillow.com, click on the new radio listener special box, and voila, you'll see it for yourself. There's a mattress topper, the Giza cotton sheets that are amazing, the pet beds that you can throw in the washer and dryer. You don't have to throw them out, which I know a lot of people do. And again, the sheets and the pillows. On MyPillow, only $29.99. An entire body pillow, normally $89.99, but with promo code Amy, it's only $29.99. I think I need to get myself one of those. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Rick Blavelone, second-generation owner and CEO of Marketing Innovators and a customer of Signature Bank. Our family-run company was founded on the belief that connecting to people on a human level is the best way to build a great business. And when we were looking for a new bank, we didn't have to look far. We shared an office building with Signature Bank in Rosemont and quickly saw that they were truly locally owned and operated. That's why we partnered with Signature. And that relationship makes every business decision better and every communication clearer. Marketing Innovators looks forward to a long-lasting relationship with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. DS Arms is the factory direct outlet for all major brands of firearms and accessories. And for over 3 decades, they've manufactured custom rifles used by police, military, and you. Purchase your rifle factory direct and support American manufacturing and jobs. DS Arms also has the automatic knives, mags, and optics, plus every accessory you'll need. DS Arms is in Lake Barrington off Route 14 and Pepper Road. DS Arms is much more than a gun store. Visit dsarms.com or call 847-277-7260. That's dsarms.com.
Hey there, beer lovers. Let your freedom be heard, and be sure to spread the good word. If you love freedom, patriotism, and the craft beer revolution, then Guncraft Beer is the brew for you. You can purchase Guncraft Beer all over Chicagoland. For a list of locations, visit guncraftbeer.com. And be sure to follow Guncraft Beer on Facebook and Instagram. So salute the red, white, and brew by enjoying the freedom you can taste with Guncraft Beer.
AM 560, The Answer.
One of the rising stars. This has got to be devastating to Brooke Baldwin and the whole CNN family. Katie Hill, the sexual deviant freshman congresswoman from California, is resigning her office amid a House ethics investigation into her sleeping with everybody on her staff that she can get her hands on.
Well, she had a thrumpsome. What was the word that you wanted?
Thruple.
A thruple.
With
so
her
she's
with
got
her
a
soon-to-be
husband,
ex-husband.
Soon-to-be ex-husband.
Yeah.
And she had a thruple with a congressional aide, and there was a picture of her.
The thruple was with the campaign staffer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Campaign staffer was.
Right.
I thought that was
That's
a dude.
female.
That's a female.
And then the government staffer, her government office staffer, the allegation is that she had an affair with a male staffer in her government, in her congressional office.
But she's also with a female who was the
campaign staffer. Yeah.
And there was a picture of her naked, straddling her campaign staffer, brushing her hair.
And that song was playing when she was
I'm
doing
sure.
it.
And she was surprised, like, how did they leak these? She released a statement in her resignation letter saying, "This is what needs to happen so that the good people who supported me will no longer be subjected to the pain inflicted by my abusive husband and the brutality of hateful political operatives who seem to happily provide a platform to a monster who is driving a smear campaign built around cyber exploitation."
Yeah, it's all because it could also double as an installment of Why Dan Proft is Single. But here's the thing. Red State, which is the blog that broke the story and is not getting much credit for it, deserves the credit for it. Red State broke this story, and most of these outlets, these journalistic outlets, are not attributing the attributing the story to Red State, and they deserve the attribution. That's how you do it. But okay, they posted about this. Joe Cunningham posted about this over at Red State, and he makes this point. Number one, there's no evidence. Hill has offered no evidence linking her husband to the distribution of the photos. That's number one. Number two, she, according to the reporting earlier, willingly had these photos posted on these like thruple websites.
Like, come and get a piece of this.
So
free advertising.
So her cease and desist order should have been directed in the Mirror. But here's what Joe Cunningham writes. I think he sums this up nicely. The story is not Hill's response to the allegations. It's not about a nude photo leak. It's not about divorce proceedings. It's not about anything other than Hill's behavior as a candidate and congresswoman and her use of power for sexual satisfaction.
Yep. She's sexually deviant.
That's what it was. That's what it is.
And now Congresswoman Lauren Underwood's going to need a new roommate.
She's from California, so brings a totally different perspective on what's going on here in Washington. And let me tell you, we have a great time at the apartment.
I believe you. And here's the thing.
Gross.
She can stay and still be a roommate. You don't have to be a member of Congress to be a roommate with a member of Congress. So maybe she'll stay and continue having their great time.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to political cartoonist and columnist Ted Rall about the Hillary-Tulsi fault line, about Joe Biden, and about whether that Hillary person I mentioned is clinically insane at 8:08.
And later, who's in? Who's going to go protest Trump's first visit as president to Chicago? But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Classes are canceled as the Chicago teachers' strike remains unresolved. A woman from the north side is missing. Chicago police are looking. Bears miss a field goal and fall to the Chargers. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
A welcome development. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's the Russian president's reaction to the ISIS leader's death. The commander of Kurdish forces in Syria, who were allies battling ISIS, also claiming today his troops worked with the U.S. in another operation yesterday, killing Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's assistant, an Islamic State spokesman. Now to the White House, where Fox's John Decker's live.
8 U.S. helicopters were used by U.S. Special Operations Forces who began their nighttime assault on al-Baghdadi's military compound in northwest Syria. There, the president said al-Baghdadi was cornered, and he detonated a suicide vest he was wearing.
A brutal killer, one who has caused so much hardship and death, has violently been eliminated. He will never again harm another innocent man, woman, or child.
Congressional leaders are typically notified when a high-level military operation is conducted, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was not given a heads up. Dave?
John, a few minutes ago, President Trump says this is why he did not tell congressional leaders.
The answer is because I think Adam Schiff is the biggest leaker in Washington.
Schiff is the Democrat who heads the House Intelligence Committee leading the impeachment inquiry. Today, former national security aide to the president, Charles Cooperman, will be questioned. Republicans have been critical of the closed-door interview process. The president made his remarks just before heading to Chicago to speak at a gathering of police chiefs. There's a new wildfire burning in the Los Angeles area.
The 405 freeway, one of the nation's busiest at any hour, is shut down. That will be a nightmare for commuters. Mount St. Mary's College has been evacuated, and students at UCLA warned via text they may be next. Lakers star LeBron James already on the move this morning, tweeting he and his family had to flee.
That's Fox's Claudia Cowan in Sonoma County, California, to the north, where nearly 200,000 people have evacuated, threatened by an even bigger wildfire that's torched 94 structures. America's listening to Fox News. Skies are gray, 42 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The president makes his first visit to Chicago today since being elected commander-in-chief, addressing the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Then will attend a fundraising event at Trump Tower. Chicago public school classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue. Meantime, the mayor says the city is striking a deal with the union that represents the district's support staff. Elmhurst College will be closed today after a new vandalism incident was reported Sunday around 10 p.m. in a woman's restroom stall at the A.C. Buehler Library. Police say they do not believe that the graffiti constitutes a credible threat, but have decided to close campus and cancel classes for today. An explosion that killed 4 employees and cost a Waukegan Chemical Company plant many working days. Will all cost that plant $1.6 million in fines. OSHA citing the company that owns that plant, AB Specialty Silicones, for a dozen federal safety violations. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16 at home. Dylan Strom scored twice. Blackhawks beat the Kings 5-1. It's 8:03 on AM 560. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
AT&T shares are higher after its earnings were stronger than expected. However, its revenue number, the money it takes in, was disappointing. Its Warner Media unit, which includes HBO, was weaker in the summer quarter. Its cell phone business gained subscribers, but more than 1 million customers abandoned DirecTV. That puts more pressure on its new HBO Max video streaming service that launches next year. Walgreens Boots Alliance says its sales improved over the summer quarter, and it was able to manage costs. The company says its earnings are in line with its forecast. It says it's making progress on its priorities, including creating neighborhood health destinations. Tiffany could be sold to LVMH, the parent company of Louis Vuitton. LVMH is offering $14.5 billion. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
It's 8:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can't make heads or tails on the left.
To be a liberal Democrat, extreme radical socialist today, you have to suspend any fidelity to truth, to honesty, to common sense and reason. Because in their world, up is down, down is up. You know, black is white, white is black, green is purple, purple is green. That's the world they live in.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg. Meet Joyce, recently divorced and credit challenged because her ex-husband's inability to pay bills on time. Joyce contacted Team Hochberg for a mortgage using only the court-awarded child support and alimony because she worked side jobs for cash and didn't have any verifiable income. FHA allows borrowers to use alimony and child support as income as long as it's been received for at least 3 months and will continue for at least 3 years after the loan closes. Joyce met both of these requirements, and Team Hochberg helped to secure a mortgage for her and her 3 kids. I've been divorced and know how stressful it can be. So if you're seeking a mortgage after a divorce, call Team Hochberg, your honest local lender who will always look out for your financial best interest, now at 855-56-DAVID. That's 855-563-2843, or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
When it comes to keeping your small business's valuable information safe, Dell Small Business Technology Advisors can recommend tailored security solutions like servers, storage, networking. Plus, right now, get up to 45% off select business computers with Intel Core processors. Running your own small business is a big challenge, but with the right partner, it's a lot easier. To speak with an advisor today, call 877-BUY-DELL. That's 877-BUY-DELL.
I'm Dr. Jeff Gooden, and I treat pain with Salonpas. That's because practicing good medicine is my responsibility as a doctor. For back or joint pain, I agree with CDC guidance that recommends using topical pain relievers first, like Salonpas Patch Large. Salonpas is powerful, FDA approved to relieve debilitating moderate pain, yet non-addictive and gentle on the body. Look for the green Salonpas box in the pain relief aisle. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
It's 8:07, AM 560 Traffic Center time. In for Jim, here's Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Edens, Lake Hook to the Junction 21, outbound 30. Inbound Kennedy, heavy from Canfield into the Circle. O'Hare to downtown 55 from the Junction 29. Express lanes 25. Outbound to O'Hare from downtown 42. Inbound Ike, stop and go from Manheim into the Circle. Thorndale to the Post Office, an hour and 2. Outbound 45. Heavy from Independence to East. Inbound Stevenson. Stop and go from Harlem to the Dan Ryan. 55 to Lakeshore Drive, an hour and 10. Outbound 40. Sluggish from Damon to Pulaski. Inbound Dan Ryan, heavy from 47 to the Circle. 95 to downtown 30. Outbound 15. Inbound 57. 80 Dan Ryan 27. Inbound Bishop Ford solid from the Stony Island feeder to the Dan Ryan. 80 94 Dan Ryan at 37 minutes. On the outbound Bishop Ford, no delays at 15. Lakeshore southbound Hollywood Monroe at 28. At Balboa, an accident blocking the left lane. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, mostly cloudy, spotty drizzle by afternoon. The high today, 50. Clouds and a shower for this evening. Rain late tonight, low 37. A shower early tomorrow morning, then a chilly day. Clouds will give way to some sun. The high tomorrow at 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
At 8:08 on AM 560, it's time for a dry basement and a healthy home. Time to call Permaseal. 800-421-SEAL. Time to check those temperatures. 42 at O'Hare, 48 Lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering, bringing Chicagoland together with festive holiday parties for over 25 years. Visit tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, the hits keep coming for the courtship of Hunter's father here. NBC News reporting, in the final year of the Obama administration, an American lawyer traveled to Romania to meet with a businessman accused of orchestrating a corrupt land deal. Romanian real estate tycoon. The lawyer brought in to advise him?
Who?
Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's work
Straight off his crack bender?
Well, I don't know the timing of that. Hunter Biden's work for this Romanian real estate magnate, when unreported, this is 2016, when unreported at the time, but Joe Biden's involvement in Romania was very much public. He was among the leading voices calling for a crackdown on corruption in Romania. Didn't know anything about it, of course, because he doesn't know anything about his son's business dealings. Except Joe Biden privately contacted the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice when he was a senior and influential U.S. senator to discuss issues that his son Hunter's firm was being paid to lobby on, according to government records, this Washington Examiner reporting. On at least two occasions, Biden contacted federal departments to discuss issues related to Hunter's firm's lobbying clients. Hunter was working for MBNA, as well as this trade association, the Industrial Safety Training Council. The records indicate that Biden, in 2007, before ascending to the vice presidency, contacted Department of Homeland Security to express that he was concerned about the department's proposed chemical security regulations authorized by Section 550 of DHS Appropriations Act of 2007. Section 550, okay. This involves how you deal with high-risk chemical plants and the safety plans associated with them that require DHS approval, including things like security, credentialing, and training for employees. The Industrial Safety Training Council hired Hunter Biden's firm to lobby the Department of Homeland Security on the Section 550 issue, seeking to expand the language in DHS legislation regarding security clearance and credentialing for chemical facility employees and employers, make it more business-friendly. It's a business trade group. Hunter Biden didn't register as an individual lobbyist for the trade association, but he was one of three senior partners at the law firm at the time. His firm was paid a total of $200,000 between early 2007 and the end of 2008. So, I mean, you start to see a pattern here where Joe doesn't know anything about what Hunter's doing as it pertains to Joe's official acts as a senator and a vice president, but they seem everywhere you turn to be intersecting. In 2007 as a senator with these lobbying clients, in the obviously the case of Ukraine and China, which we've documented in more detail, and now with this Romanian businessman accused of corrupt land dealing. I don't think that's going to go away for Joe, the secret empire problem that he seems to have. But what is the Democrat Party to do as the Hillary Clinton crack-up continues and taking some along with her? We mentioned this last week. Matt Taibbi, Rolling Stone, writing about Hillary seeing a Russian asset everywhere she turns. Jill Stein is also a Russian asset. Yes, she's a Russian asset. I mean, totally. They know they can't win without a third-party candidate. That's Hillary Clinton on this podcast that was reported on significantly last week. She also said, I don't know what Putin has on him, talking about Trump, whether it's both personal and financial. I assume it is. Matt Taibbi, man of the left, writes in Rolling Stone, Hillary Clinton is nuts. She's also not far from the Democratic Party mainstream, which has been pushing the same line for years, not to mention the D.C. press corps mainstream, where we saw Chuck Todd pushing the same line in his interview with NSA O'Brien over the weekend. For more on this topic and the state of Russian assets everywhere Hillary Clinton turns, we're pleased to be joined by Ted Rall, who's a syndicated political cartoonist and columnist, author of To Afghanistan and Back, as well as Trump, a graphic biography. Ted, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. Good morning.
Morning. So when Matt Taibbi is just saying in no uncertain terms Hillary Clinton is nuts, there seems to be this, a fault line, not just in terms of foreign policy between some Democrats as it pertains to Hillary Clinton versus, say, Tulsi Gabbard, since that was the public row last week, but also just in terms of the conspiracy theorizing going on.
There is. There's a major split in the Democratic Party, as you know, between progressive populists on the left and the more corporate centrist third way faction represented by the Clintons. But the Clinton wing has gone so far right as to, on foreign policy, surpass the right to the dismay of the progressive base of the Democratic Party. So we've got this weird situation now where on foreign policy, for example, the president's decision to remove some U.S. troops from Syria, you find that the progressive base of the Democratic Party is more in alignment with what he's doing than what the DNC that is controlled by still the Clinton wing of the party is in favor of. And you find that there's just some odd political bedfellows being created by this sort of reconstructed Cold War revanchism that you see Hillary Clinton espousing by accusing the 11th ranked Democratic contender Tulsi Gabbard of being a Russian asset.
And not only that, but also Jill Stein from the Green Party. She also lobbed her in there. And you wrote but drew a great article, not an article, but a cartoon. And can you explain it to our listeners? I know it's hard to on the radio, but tell us what you did.
Sure. So, so it's Hillary Clinton coming home to Bill at their home in Chappaqua, and there's a cat that is a Russian blue sitting on the floor, and she's like a Russian agent, and his groomer.
That's right. Exactly. Right. That's his handler, right? His operator. Well, yeah. So, I mean, and you make the point in this op-ed you wrote in the Journal about where the party is. If you take Trump's name off of certain statements, like bringing troops back from the Middle East or from Afghanistan, there's widespread support in the Democrat Party. And it seems to me even the progressive faction that isn't necessarily aligned with Hillary Clinton, as represented by, say, Warren or I guess even Mayor Pete, they got a problem because to satisfy the base, they have to be reflexively anti-Trump no matter what he does, even when it runs counter to where the majority of the party is on a particular issue.
Well, I would just say I would tweak that a little bit by saying, I wrote another piece actually for the Journal about a month ago about Trump derangement syndrome and how it disproportionately affects sort of corporate liberals more than progressives. So this is not to say that progressives agree with the president on many things, but he doesn't drive them insane the way that he drives the Hillary Clinton faction of the party insane. It's not a visceral thing for them. And there's some common ground on, for example, trying to keep bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States and other issues of economic nationalism, and certainly in terms of having a smaller footprint in the Middle East and in other places around the world. There's some common ground there. It's the style thing that's driving the right. The liberals crazy.
Yeah, that's what I want to get to, because it's sort of counterintuitive, right? There's seemingly a greater ideological divide between the progressive left and Trump than there would be against the more transactional corporate left. But as you point out, he drives the more transactional corporate left more nuts. So it really is interesting how important, I guess, style or abiding, to borrow from Nietzsche, the regulative fiction of the corporate left is how important it is to them.
It is. I think the style thing cannot really be overstated. And you see, one thing that is not really understood by the corporate left, which at this point is about a quarter of the Democratic Party voters, is that the left is doing pretty well under the term of Donald Trump. I mean, in 2016, enough Bernie Sanders supporters in the primaries sat on their hands and did not vote at all or voted for President Trump as a protest in order to cost Hillary Clinton the election in those three key swing states that we always talk about. And since then, the Democratic Party has moved to the left to the point where Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, between the two of them, collectively control almost half of the Democratic primary vote. And then if you add the progressives, people who are sort of talking left, but not really walking the walk, like Kamala Harris and Cory Booker, that's definitely the mainstream of the Democratic Party. I mean, if Hillary Clinton were president right now, does anybody truly think that we would be in this place where progressivism was the mainstream of the Democratic Party? No way.
Mm-hmm. I want to get your take on another topic. You wrote on this topic, but I'm going to quote from Derek Thompson's piece in The Atlantic about the millennial urban lifestyle about to get more expensive. And this corresponds to another story about millennials leaving big cities for suburbs and exurbs already, because it's already happening. Derek Thompson writes, if you wake up on a Casper mattress, work out with a Peloton before breakfast, Uber to your desk at WeWork, order DoorDash for lunch, take a Lyft home, and get dinner through Postmates, you've interacted with 7 companies that will collectively lose nearly $14 billion this year. It's remarkable. It's a very funny piece he writes, but it's a very serious conclusion he draws. This isn't going to last, and the WeWork's disastrous IPO is sort of the canary in the coal mine. Higher profits that are required means urban lifestyles are about to get more expensive. So there's going to be some settling out of some of these tech companies that have gotten so much venture capital and failed to produce. And when there is that shaking out and profitability is demanded, that's necessarily going to mean prices are going to go up for all of the share economy companies, goods and services that millennials in particular enjoy.
Well, that's true. The thing about the tech economy is that the main benefit it has been providing to American consumers has been low prices. For example, there's many cities where you can take an Uber sometimes for $5 across town for a taxi ride that normally would be $20. But it certainly hasn't employed very many people. Only 250,000 people work for Silicon Valley tech companies. And if you put that in, compare that with a company like GM, which a few years ago, between its parts suppliers and the company itself, directly or indirectly employed almost 2 million people. That's just one company, with a market capitalization, by the way, of 1/10 that of Facebook. You can really see that this is a low employment future that we're looking at.
Well, and it's getting lower too as we go. The going back to WeWork, so the SoftBank turnaround plan for WeWork. Adam Neumann, the founder, gets $1.2 billion, and they're looking to cut 4,000 jobs from from WeWork.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that really you couldn't find someone for just $1.1 billion.
Well, yes. I guess the founder has, and his share of the company has certain privileges if they want to get him out and start working this around. But I mean, but your piece at counterpunches about sort of the bleak world that may be coming to visit millennials. And in part, it's these topics we're talking about here with respect to the tech economy.
Well, and it will hit the millennials hard, but it's not going to hit them as hard for another 10 or 15 years. The people who are going to get soaked first are Generation X, the generation that dare not speak its name, that nobody ever talks about in these discussions about baby boomers versus millennials. But there's tens of millions of us, and the oldest ones are now 58 years old, and so they're staring down retirement. The people who've been extremely responsible and have saved a lot have 100,000 whopping American dollars saved for retirement, which is not going to go very far, especially since the Social Security system is projected to run out of money by the time I'm 74. I'm 56 right now. I'll be able to take Social Security when I'm 67. So if all goes well, which it never does, I'll get 7 years of it. And it's going to be worse for people behind me.
Yeah, I mean, you make the point in your piece, just for emphasis, only 13% of the oldest Gen Xers have more than 100,000 saved. That's
right. And
that's pretty jarring.
Over a third have nothing.
Yes.
Nothing at all. I mean, this is a major crisis. I mean, defined benefit retirement plans are no more. 401ks are a joke. People are allowed to take money out, and they haven't saved enough. And in some fairness, defense of Generation X, they're the first generation, not the millennials, who did worse than their parents, and they were often subjected to job losses and big medical bills that made it hard for them to save money. So we are looking at a future where old age is going to be what it was in the 1970s. People are going to be eating dog food and cat food again.
All right, that's what you have to look forward to, Amy, in just
I'm
a few short years.
stockpile now.
Yeah, all right.
I like meow mix.
Thanks for that dystopian look at our near future. Ted Rall, syndicated political cartoonist and columnist, author of To Afghanistan and Back, as well as Trump, a graphic biography. Ted, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-600-5451. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-600-5451. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-600-5451. 1-800-600-5451.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
So Peyton and Eli, because they're bored out of their minds with week 3 of the strike, were fighting over Balance of Nature last night. I'm not kidding you. We had a few capsules left, and Peyton won because he's bigger, but also he's doing a science project on Balance of Nature. I'll explain later. But it's, well, what else? That's what we're going to do. And believe it or not, the calendar does say October, and it's fall. And maybe your energy level's falling. Maybe you're having trouble sleeping. Maybe you're going nuts at home with your kids there for 3 weeks straight. And maybe you have seasonal allergies. Here's what I do now. Balance of Nature makes everything better. It really makes it all better. It makes the world go round, and it makes me loopy. So you should start taking Balance of Nature. Really, though, I have to get serious here. 6 capsules of Balance of Nature. You're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. You hear stories right here on this station about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And the next story could be yours. So do it now. Get ready for the holiday season because, yes, it's right around the corner. Halloween is Thursday. Maybe I can hand out Balance of Nature for trick or treat. That'd be fun. And sort of order your bottle. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago. And when you call, please ask about Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Very interesting. These aren't just operators. These are coaches that are there to help you. 800-246-8751. If you're interested in possibly losing weight, call one of Dr. Howard's healthcare coaches. 800-246-8751. 800-246-8751 or balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
You love listening to AM 560 The Answer. How would you like to work for us? If you have experience in sales, we'd love to talk to you. You already understand our mission and what we do, so now maybe you'd like to join our team. If you have sales experience, and specifically if you understand digital marketing, we might have a job for you. If you love us, come join us. It could be a life-changing opportunity for you. For more information, just go to the Careers tab at salemmedia.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy want to congratulate Jonathan Eastwood. Jonathan Eastwood is a runner for the University of Montana, and he just was named the NCAA Big Sky Conference. You know, Montana Big Sky.
Oh, I know Big Sky.
Montana.
El Paso's in that.
The nickname?
The Cowboys.
No,
that's Wyoming Cowboys. They're in the Big Sky too.
I'm waiting.
Montana
One
Mountaineers.
Grizzlies.
Look, Grizzlies.
There you go. There you
Thanks
got
for
it.
your help, Mike Scott. He's doing this.
Yeah, acting it out.
Thank
Nice.
you.
You two
That
should
was
play
good.
Pictionary together. Jonathan Eastwood loves to compete in track, rather good at it.
Yeah.
And went to University of Montana to run track. And this week, congratulations, Jonathan Eastwood, Female Athlete of the Week. Yeah. Not exactly, not exactly Sly.
Wait, there's a catch to this story?
Not exactly Sly and Carl Weathers on the beach here. Jonathan Eastwood, Female Athlete of the Week. You're not picking it up? You know, Jonathan's a man's name.
But seriously? He took another spot from a hard-working woman.
Yeah, it turns out that Jonathan's faster than the girls he competes against.
Oh, looky there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He beat out 8 other nominated competitors for Female Athlete of the Week.
Oh, my God. That's sick. But first of all, his name cannot be Jonathan, and he runs in a girls' competition.
Apparently you're wrong. Not noted in the press release from the University of Montana is the fact that Jonathan Eastwood's a dude who was named Big Sky Female Athlete of the Week, beating San Diego State University's Jenny Sandoval, who is actually a woman. Yeah.
I'm sure his parents are proud.
No.
You go, Johnny. Do it for Johnny. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump comes to town at 8:38.
And our city is going to be held hostage. But now let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
42 degrees. Skies are mostly cloudy. News that U.S. forces killed ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi over the weekend, drawing praise from around the globe.
A couple of weeks, we knew a little bit about where he was going, where he was heading. We had very good information that he was going to another location. He didn't go.
Turkey's president called the killing a major turning point for the region. Nearly 200,000 people are being forced from their homes as wildfires continue to grow in California, and wind continues to be a major problem.
And just to put those wind speeds in perspective, a sustained wind of 74 miles per hour is considered hurricane force.
North Bay areas saw winds sustained Sunday at 90 miles an hour. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a statewide emergency. An estimated 180,000 people have evacuated Sonoma County. One of the most liberal members of Congress for the latter half of the last century is dead. Former Congressman John Conyers died at his Detroit home on Sunday at the age of 90. California Congresswoman Katie Hill stepping down amid an ethics probe. The GM strike is over. 50,000 UAW union members are back on the job. President Trump makes his first visit to Chicago today since being elected commander-in-chief. He'll address the International Association of Chiefs of Police. The president is also expected to face some protests today when he visits the city for the first time since taking office. And Chicago public school classes remain canceled today while talks between the city and teachers union continue. Meantime, the city has struck a deal with the union that represents the district's support staff. Bears fell to the Chargers 17-16. Blackhawks took down the Kings 5-1. The news a service of Staples. Staples gives your business more for less. It's where you find the latest tech to help you work smarter, not harder. Right now, save up to $300 on the latest PCs. Staples for your business and your tech and beyond. In-store only, ends 11/2/19, while supplies last. Exclusions apply. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees another scam from the Democrats.
I got an idea. Vote on impeachment. Get it underway. Vote. And without a vote, nobody from the White House, the State Department, or the Trump administration should be testifying before this kangaroo court. The president is right. It's a scam.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Limu, I love how we're always looking out for each other. Kind of like how Liberty Mutual looks out for you by customizing your home insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
Limu, why didn't you tell me about the uncovered manhole? I was literally just telling you. Limu, I had no idea you could swim.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Hi, my name's Christina Stumble, and I own Farm Girl Flowers in San Francisco. With my Spark Cash Card from Capital One, I earn unlimited 2% cash back on all my business purchases. Last year, I redeemed $115,000 in cash back. Yeah, $115,000. And that doubled our digital marketing budget for the summer. Thanks to my Spark Card, we had our best summer yet. Imagine what the Spark Card from Capital One could do for your business. What's in your wallet?
Real Capital One customers pay for real stories. Credit approval required.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, President and CEO of Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank. I'd like to thank our customers for selecting Signature as their trusted banking partner to help build their businesses. We started Signature in 2006, and we've had the opportunity to meet so many hardworking Chicagoans. From third-generation family-owned businesses on the west side of Chicago to tech innovators at 1871. Signature Bank is proud to work across many different industries in the city and beyond. As the fastest-growing, independently owned business bank in Chicago, Signature is always welcoming new customers. I'd love to meet you and learn about your business.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
8:36, AM 560 Traffic Center time. In for Jim, here's Eddie Manzano.
Inbound Edens, Lake Hook to the Junction, 20. Outbound 31 on the Kennedy. Inbound O'Hare to downtown, 47 from the Junction, 32. Express lanes at 25 and the outbound to O'Hare from downtown, 40. Inbound Ike, Thorndale to the post office, 56. Outbound 46. Inbound Stevenson, not moving from 55 to after Lamont due to an outbound crash at Lamont, and that's blocking two left lanes, not moving from County Line. Inbound 355 to Lakeshore Drive, an hour and 7. Outbound an hour and 5. Sluggish from Damon to Pulaski. Once again, not moving from County Line to Lamont due to a crash at Lamont, blocking two left lanes. Inbound 57, slow from 107 to the Dan Ryan. Inbound Bishop Ford, heavy from Cottage Grove to the Dan Ryan. That's traffic. I'm Eddie Manzano. On AM 560, The Answer.
And Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center, we're seeing clouds this morning with a little bit of sun shining through. Spotty drizzle hits later this afternoon, high near 50. 44 degrees officially at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy heading out to protest Trump's brief visit to Chicago. He's in town at the Tower for a lunch. I think it's going to be at the Tower. I don't know.
Well,
and then speaking to the police chiefs.
I thought he's speaking to the police chiefs first and then going to
Well, whatever.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying what he's doing.
He's going to watch her and then driving, so the Kennedy will be closed. CTA will be shut down just for a little bit for him to get downtown. But the madness is going to be when he goes from McCormick Place, where he's speaking at the chief of police conference.
Eddie Johnson won't be there, and he also won't be on the road, so he doesn't have to worry about being hit by Eddie Johnson. So that's good news.
I have to take into account not just my personal feelings about it, but our core values as a city.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go with those city's values again.
I like it. It's just like Oak Park values. Eddie, can somebody just do a follow-up question? Describe those values.
Yeah,
what are those values? Yeah. Tolerance of violence. I get it. The maleducation of 90% of 350,000 kids every year. Got that. The worst run city financially in the country. I got that. The flouting of federal law when it comes to immigration policy. Unwillingness to work with federal law enforcement when it comes to immigration law. I got that. What am I missing? Terrible sports teams.
Yeah.
Got that.
What are his values? I mean, drinking and driving, telling people that you drank and
allegedly.
drove. And then, no, he told Lori Lightfoot that. The mayor came out and said, yes, he admitted that he had a few cocktails.
Allegedly.
And, because we don't know, because when the responding officers arrived on the scene, they did not give him a breathalyzer, and the body camera footage they took, they're not going to release.
312-642-5600, Turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, Turnkey.pro text line. Will you be following Trump around saying, lock him up, lock him up?
We've got a great group, just so you know, groups I've never heard of. 1,800 cops, by the way, are going to be available Monday to keep the president safe, to keep, people at that IACP conference safe. But we have a group called Indivisible of Chicago.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with them?
Yeah.
They're planning to protest at Wabash in a Wacker, the Illinois Coalition.
That would be where Trump Tower is.
Or Trump Tower, right. The Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights in conjunction.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
They're going to be at Adams and Michigan Avenue.
All right, good coverage.
C2U, SEIU, I've told, are going to split ranks, not split locations to cover more of the city, to make life hell for actual hardworking Chicagoans who just want to get to work and who just want to come home from work.
Yeah.
They're going to be at different locations, TBD. So there's a little surprise to them. They're in front of an elementary school today, yada, yada, saying the same exact thing they've been saying for the past 2 weeks. We need more money, smaller class sizes.
Yeah, I went to the Bulls game on Saturday night, the home opener.
Did you bring a book?
Yeah, I just wanted a quiet place to relax and read, maybe get some paperwork done. And so, and it was perfect. Perfect, especially when they had the ball. I did get, admittedly, I fell asleep a couple of times too.
Seriously? I fell
just because
asleep
the
once at a
book wasn't that
Blackhawks
good.
game. Oh, the book was
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the basketball. There was basketball being played. The nice thing, though, no Hong Kong protesters at the stadium. And I want to thank Chicago also for not disrupting the Chinese national anthem at the Bulls game. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
It was not played.
But I
didn't
know who they were playing.
They're playing the Raptors, but both teams, consistent with the NBA, should play the Chinese national anthem out of respect for
of course,
for their Chinese communist overlords, I would think. But I noticed no Hong Kong protesters there. You see that in stadiums around the country, even in LA. We have a sizable Asian American population here. I think we have a sizable population that believes in human rights. I could be wrong on that latter point. But nothing related to Hong Kong there. But then I realized the Hong Kong protesters probably figured out Chicago, they only support protests for more government.
Oh.
And so we
right.
probably shouldn't go to the stadium either for the Bulls game, not only because we'd have to endure that brand of basketball, but also because we just don't support a protest for human rights, for individual freedom. We support protests for more government, like we've seen over the last 10 days with the teachers.
Right, because the unions run the government, and that's what's happening here. CTU, SEIU, I know we've talked about this, but it needs to be repeated that they went to civil disobedience training last Thursday to get ready for this protest. I've been told that some of the teachers want to get arrested.
Sure. Well,
To make a point.
Let's oblige them.
Well, but first of all, hey guys, guess what? President Trump, you're white noise. He's not even looking at you. He doesn't care. And that's what makes me want to stand out there with a MAGA hat and a sign that says, "Get your butts back to work now."
He's doing a lunch for this enterprise that also I don't think people have heard of. Probably more people are familiar with Indivisible than they are the Illinois Republican Party. Are you familiar with this organization?
Wait, there's a what? Are they a terrorist group?
No, that would require activity. So they've got Trump coming to a lunch. I mean, it's sort of like, I assume, just like a thank you to Todd Ricketts since he's in town. He'll do a quick lunch for these guys. Have you heard anything from any Illinois Republicans on the Trump visit? I've heard like Alan Skillicorn is one of the few that's willing to step up and make arguments. Republican state rep from McHenry County, but have you heard from any Republicans when it comes to the teacher strike?
Oh,
when it comes to
Trump's visit? No, you know what?
It's just a few well-heeled people get their picture with Trump, get access, pretend like they're doing something. A little thank you to some of the Chicago support that Trump has, I suppose. But it's just remarkable in all this conversation. The appendix on the Illinois body politic, the Illinois Republican Party, continues to be vestigial. Chris in Lamont, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. I just left my doctor's office, and I was reading the Chicago Magazine while I was in there. And they had an article about the top 100 schools in the Chicago and also in the suburbs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All the suburban schools had the dollars per student that were spent. It was neglected to mention what that was in Chicago.
It's none of your business. How dare you ask that question? Hey! You keep your eyes forward, Chris. And stop asking uncomfortable questions. We don't like that around here.
How dare you?
Thank you, Greta. Sean in Elmwood Park.
You know what I love about this whole scenario with the transgendering Rahm Emanuel and the drunk Eddie Johnson? Do they not know how they look to normal people? It's like the teachers thinking, does this size XXX make me look fat? No, you're fat, honey. Do you not understand how you really look? That the city is a sewer of corruption and skullduggery. And you have the audacity to pretend you're better than anybody? Scumbags that you are. And as for you, Prof, you've got all these big connections with the Illinois Republicans. Why don't you get Trump down to the cigar house today? Because I want to straighten him out with that Peter Navarro and that chinless Steve Mnuchin. Give me 20 minutes with him. We'll straighten out everything.
All right.
So pull some strings there, Prof. There's got to be some upside to you walking in and out of there like you own the joint.
All right. Thanks for the call, Sean. All right. So heads up in Elmhurst. On his way back to fly out of Chicago as fast as he can, I'm going to have President diverted to Elmhurst Cigar House for a little 20-minute confab with Sean from Elmwood Park. So if you're in the Elmhurst area, maybe mid-afternoon-ish, just a heads up.
Well, he should be leaving early afternoon after the lunch, the luncheons at Trump Tower.
Sure, 20 minutes. He could spare 20 minutes.
I mean, they're going to have to, there are going to be people. I predict hundreds of people are going to get arrested.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
I'm just,
holy cow.
They're not going to.
What a day this is going to be.
They protest the Trump Tower when he's not even here.
No, I know.
Today, this is like a reason to actually protest. And that's why I heard that the teachers union originally was putting off doing anything because they all wanted to show a form of solidarity at the Trump rally. That's going to make a difference.
Apparently they still
put
want,
on your red and you go.
Apparently they still want more cash too, because that's what we found out last night from Lightfoot and Janice Jackson and the whole crew, Sybil Shepherd or whatever her name is. Bill in Downers Grove.
Yeah, hi. I Facebooked with Jeannie Ives asking her to get involved, to try and get some support from Trump. And her response was, well, I don't have the $2,800 to do that. And I thought, don't you have the ability to just contact him and ask him for help?
Contact the president, ask him for help. Thanks for the call, Bill. No.
A lot of people are contacting him for help.
Well, I mean,
Patty Blagojevich is contacting him, asking him for help.
Okay. On the Republican side, how it works with candidates is you work through the House Republican the NRCC, National Republican Campaign Committee, Congressional Campaign Committee. You work through the Freedom Fund, Jim Jordan, that group. You work through House Republican leadership. That's how it actually works. Now, what I would say, the Illinois Republican Party should obviously be inviting its candidates and not just its sheepish title holders to this event too, to have a good show. So I don't know what their policy is with that, but yeah, obviously $2,800 is much better spent running a campaign against Sean Casten in a top 15 race in this country than it is attending a lunch. Paul in Plainfield.
Yeah, listen, I just want to say all these liberals and Chicago Democrats hate Trump because he's orange. It's all.
Yeah.
There's nothing more to it. It's just identity politics.
It's just identity. They don't like orange people. I got you. Thanks for the call, Paul. Carl on the south side.
These teachers aren't real bright. They're going to mess with a presidential motorcade, be charged with a felony, and lose their teacher's license. And may I suggest for you people that don't know what to hand out for the trick-or-treaters, hand out multi-use plastic straws.
That's the way we're going to protest. Thanks for the call, Carl. That's where we draw the lines. We're going to protest through our Halloween goodies, the paper straws. That's as much as we can muster here in Chicago, land of big government and big promises and big financial catastrophes.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I've been taking it for 5 years, and I have not been sick once. I tell people all the time, I went to Texas 3 years ago with my wife and my son. We were all in the same hotel room. I was sleeping in the middle of them. They were both so sick, hacking away. My daughter called from Jersey. She was sick. She threw up. I never got sick. So nobody can tell me these things don't work. I'm thrilled with it. I really am. I just don't get sick. I don't even get colds anymore. It's amazing.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Oh, did it pour on Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening? And did your basement leak? Was it dry this time? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But if you want to stop it, then call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. They offer a free estimate, no haggle pricing, and a price assurance guarantee, so you can rest assured that you're getting the best value. Roy Spencer started Permaseal back in 1979, and it's still a local Chicagoland family business doing the right thing and standing behind their work. Your basement is already dry most of the time, but if you want your basement dry all of the time, you know who to call. Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325, or go to permaseal.net.
Message and data rates may apply.
Help! Seriously, I am too young for hair loss.
My hairline keeps creeping back. Receding?
I've got this bald spot. It's thinning everywhere. I'm gonna have to give up and shave it.
Dude, put down the razor, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs, and a free gift card to anyone who texts SECRET to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how great your hair could look. Using the latest technology, Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text SECRET to 85850. That's SECRET to 85850.
Partner in building a culture of life in Illinois at the 47th Annual Illinois Right to Life Banquet, with tickets available at IllinoisRightToLife.org, featuring keynote speaker Matt Walsh, columnist for the Daily Wire, and Master of Ceremonies, MC, that is, Jeannie Ives, candidate for U.S. Congress in the 6th. The 47th Annual Illinois Right to Life Action Banquet will be held Friday, November 8th at the Carlisle and Lombard, with tickets for $90 or $60 for students and clergy. Tickets are going quickly, so if you want to see Matt Walsh and Jeannie Ives and support the Right to Life in Illinois, visit IllinoisRightToLife.org today.
The annual enrollment for Medicare is coming soon, so we're here at Health Markets, a free service to help make sure you have the right Medicare plan. Mike, there's a lot going on here.
There sure is. Health Markets has invented the Fit Score to instantly compare thousands of Medicare plans from national insurance companies. In minutes, folks can find out if their current plan is the right fit or if there's another plan that can provide extra coverage and help save money. Best of all, the service is free.
So what Medicare benefits could people be missing out on?
A lot. Plans with $0 copays, $0 deductibles, and $0 premiums. Plans that include dental and vision coverage, or diabetic supplies, hearing aids, and more at no additional cost. With so many choices, our advice is don't go it alone when there's a free, unbiased service that can help.
Go to healthmarkets.com or call 800-730-1372. That's 800-730-1372. 800-730-1372.
MyPillow has a great new product. It's the MyPillow towels. I'm getting a set sent to me, and I can't wait to tell you all about it. I love their other products, the MyPillow, of course. The Go Anywhere MyPillow, the pet beds, the Giza cotton sheets. Oh, I've got it all. And the mattress topper. It's all washable and dryable. There's a 6-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So the creator, founder, and CEO of MyPillow, Mike Lindell, believes in his American-made product. And right now, go to MyPillow.com, click on the new radio listeners special box, type Amy in there, and get 30% off of it all. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
This is attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy are talking about Trump's visits, running into protesting teachers, as well as teachers doing wonderfully choreographed routines to 80s music standards like Thriller. Susan in West Chicago, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. I'm hoping that President Trump takes a look at all those wonderful teachers and their talents and takes a look at our police chief and decides that our values are really great, and that when Lori Napoleon goes ahead and asks him for money, he tells him, well, I'm sorry, but the coffer's empty. You guys have such great values. I'm sure you'll find a way.
Thanks for the call,
that Lori
Susan.
Napoleon. I've never heard that before. Have you?
It's interesting. It's a good point she brings up. I brought this up. I did a hit for ABC7 last night. I'm like,
last night or last time?
Last night.
Okay.
Point of order, CPS gets 10% of its funding from the federal government. So, you think and of course CPS is looking to be bailed out by any other government body that'll provide anything. Lori Lightfoot is going down with her tin cup to Springfield during veto session for bailouts and rewrites on casino legislation and so forth. So you'd think you'd want to keep lines of communication open. I mean, when it was Democrat governor, you certainly had Republicans, including the Republican in name only Governor Rauner, that were trying to keep lines of communication open for the best interests of Illinois, and that's what you're supposed to do. But for some reason, it's okay. Now, Eddie Johnson, I don't go too rough on Eddie Johnson. You know why? He's just a company man. If the mayor was not a Marxist, Eddie Johnson wouldn't be a Marxist. Eddie Johnson is just reflective and reflexive of who's ever in power. He's just a company man, and there's a lot of those in Chicago and Illinois. There's a lot of go along, get alongs, and
because they want to keep their jobs.
Well, I suppose, and that's the way that you figure you work your way up to kleptocracy. So one other note, I just wanted to thank Mark Lennon over at wirepoints.org. Mark Lennon is the founder and publisher of wirepoints.org. We've had him on the show before. Mm-hmm. He took up our case on this Oak Park brouhaha.
Oh, yeah.
Wrote a good piece I tweeted out at Dan Proft. Where Hate Has a Home, Oak Park, Illinois. Makes the reminder that, as Hemingway observed 60 years ago, Oak Park, his birthplace, wide lawns and narrow minds, more true today than it ever was. And for all the name calling directed our way, this show, I'm a white supremacist, that sort of thing. Mark Lennon writes, I've been on his show, our show, and he once interviewed me in depth. He's unapologetic, tough, and frank, but he's often focused on the particular hardship inflicted on minorities by Illinois' failed government. First time I was on his show, as best as I recall, was about Wirepoint's initial work on the acute problems in Chicago's south suburbs, which are heavily African-American. He has returned to that subject often. Yes, we have, and we will continue to, no matter the intolerance of the Oak Park Titwillows.
Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Thanks to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, who's
strike buster.
He's a strike buster, but also an advocate for women in manufacturing. We'd like to thank him for his help last week. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Now here is Mike Scott.
Classes still canceled as Chicago teachers' strike remains unresolved. Bears miss a field goal and fall to the Chargers. WIND, Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
They liked the outcome, but didn't like being left in the dark.